Hello! Ah, dang it. Hello!
Oh, hello!
I'm Kevin!
What? Kevin?
Yeah.
It was you!
It was me!
You were Kevin all along!
I'm the Kevin! It's fine.
Hello.
It's fine.
I'm no longer Marco. I am Entrio.
No. Everybody's back to normal. Everybody's back to it was weird. Everything was weird, but it's fine. We're all back. I knew I forgot something. Anyway, hi guys. Hello. I have been out of it the past week, so I didn't do any preparation for game today because I've been slowly boiling alive, and the person who was supposed to save me from that today never showed up. Maybe tomorrow.
Game. Mansion game.
Nah. We've had way too much time with our loved ones and everything. Ew. Let's not worry about that. We got to get into fighting and murder. Don't you love fighting and murder?
No.
And maybe we'll do it all in Castletown. Don't you guys love Castle?
No.
Jokes aside, Castletown is great. We love Castletown. There's no real issue we actually have with Castletown. We've been here for over 100, nearly 30 sessions. We can forgive Castletown, but also let's go and do other things that are not Castletown.
No. We think I'm merciful? What's wrong with you?
We would never
Being kinda
for that.
Be kind, rewind. Everyone!
Be rude. Be tootin'. And
Be
gosh
rootin',
darn,
be tootin'.
be shootin'.
We are in the
But
room.
most of all,
Be
kind.
Oh. We are in the room.
I was like, what stupid word are you gonna use?
The room is the end. We are missing a song. I need to put a song in here. I tried getting it done before stream, didn't do it, didn't get it. We'll get it next time. But other things are in that potentially we may need for today, so that's good. That's good to know. That's good to know. Who wants to tell us what happened last time? Fine, I'll roll. Nobody wants to volunteer. I see how it is. Squeaky will be 4, Marco will be 3, Ronan will be 2, Gorthos will be 1. Gorthos, what happened last time? I believe in you.
Sorry, I was looking at my phone. Last time.
You know what? Actually, I got a better idea. Because we did 4 different things last time, we'll have each of you tell us what happened to each of you. Gorthos, what happened to you last time?
If I remember right, after the whole fiasco with the castle, I think I went back home to start preparations for building gear for the wizard since he has fucking nothing.
It's true. He doesn't have a lot of things over there.
So you know the heat lantern's off. I kind of need a weapon too. The mask is fine, I guess, but went there. Went to go talk to Charcoal for cloth and leathery things for wizards. Kari was there, and I think both Kokiris were there. 3 of the Kokiris were there. Just around. Kari wants a flag for his clan. That's gonna be fun. I'm sure we can help him out with that. But I went to the basement to look for materials, and I found Matilda and Boogie Meal there. Boogie Meal about to make a contract with her, and that had to be put down real fast. I think I convinced him by Boogie Meal to fuck off and give me materials by giving him access to the Goma hives underneath Spectacle Rock. I think there's at least a hive down there. We haven't actually investigated, so we'll see. But there I had to talk to Matilda, trying to cheer her up, and I think it worked. And then I got hit with really bad news, and I hate it. I hate everything after that.
Okay. we'll talk more with you about the conclusion of what happened last time when we go through everybody else. So remember that last little scene until we get
That's
to
if I could forget.
Good. We're gonna go to Ronan. What happened to you last time?
We heckin' Ronan and Obra went to the river domain. Talked about how it was all empty now and stuff, and it was sad. But then we went to Obra's little cove. It was really nice, and Obra made some potions for the desert while Ronan played the Song of Storms. And almost he brought like a little hurricane for a little bit, and then he stopped because it's like, wow, I don't want to do that. I don't want that's real strong stuff. I don't want it to be that strong. And then he learned it.
Yeah.
What does it do? We'll find out sometime. And then that was it, basically.
Heck yeah. What happened with you, Polo?
So Polo was originally gonna go home and kind of do some menial stuff, but she had noticed Gallon was feeling kind of sad, and she was like, "What's on your mind?" And he was like, "Well, I gotta go figure out some goddess stuff and some things I have to look at. So do you want to come with me?" And she was like, "Yeah, we can do that. And then we can also do what you were planning on doing." Anywho, sex jokes aside, sex jokes aside, because she didn't make that sex joke. It's Polo after all. As he got some of his little books and stuff, she recommended a different place out of the norm of where to go, and she recommended a Temple of Time. And Gallon thought, man, the stuffy Temple of Time? That sounds like the fucking Sage of Life's heckin' abode. It's kind of weird, and I kind of have to show somebody something. I've kept this secret in the depths of my brain for too long. Someone's got to know. So as they made themselves into the goddamn Temple of Time, into the Sage of Life's abode, we see the pictures that were littered throughout there for what they really were: bad. They looked for the weird funky bed, and it is in fact a funky bed. We found a funky closet full of costumery, and it was a time. But all those silly cutenesses aside, they talked about Gallon's pet project for the goddesses, which was in the form of these little Orbeez that you can put like spirits into. But he was kind of worried that like goddess souls might not work, or they might not be good enough, because it's normally used to make freaking armors, like in fucking Phantom Hourglass kind of shit. And he was like, I don't think it'll be good enough. I followed the recipe perfectly, but it's still just something gives me a bit of pause. To which Paula was like, I don't know, sounds like we're taking gods and putting them into a mortal vessel, and you're saying this is perfect, but maybe that's the problem. Maybe there needs to be something to give it like a mortal touch. And they talked a little bit about love and putting love into the Orbeez as you would like a cake or something like that. Shut up, phone. And and after a little bit of that, he put a prayer into his Orbeez, and the goddesses whipped him a little bit because how dare you say you don't fucking like us, you piece of shit. Now keep doing that thing for us, and further justifying Gallon's animosity. But after that, Polo brought up a thing of, we have to go handle the rock, and that puts Dompe in danger, and maybe we should genuinely consider his offer of letting him go into the sacred realm, because not only does it solve the issue of keeping him away from Ganon, but it also gives the demons a god. They do not have one. It would probably maybe be nice if we had one, and we don't have any viable candidates. So getting a little bit emotional. Galen was like, I agree with that, and I can promise you, Polo, that if you tell everybody at the round table, no one will disagree. Not even Gorthos? Not even Gorthos.
Especially not Gorthos.
Gorthos will agree wholeheartedly. He'll take Dape's hand and walk in with him.
And that brings us over to Marco. What happened with Marco?
And then they
Marco did no such thing.
I would never.
So what happened with Marco was he realized that, hey, if I don't get this demon gunk out of me soon, I'm gonna really fucking hurt myself, because I'm gonna be pretty much instrumental in dealing with the curse shit in the desert. So who's the best person to ask about doing anything with that? Hi, Dante, how you doing again? I'm here again, alone, talking to you again. And we're gonna go and talk in these minor circles about getting power from you, changing out one of my classes, and it's just, this isn't what I'm going for, this is what I'm looking for, how can you help me? And he drops the bomb of, hey, if I did give you any of my power and replace one of your other ones, with you having the gunk and curse on you, it could turn you into another me, potentially, or you'll explode, or other calamitous things could happen. You happy about that, Marco? You happy what you did to yourself?
No.
Are you happy with what you've done? Your other ideas of how you could get rid of it, they don't work either, by the way. I'm like, damn. So I could either get someone to suck it out, get a demon to suck it out of me somehow, quote unquote, or other ways that we could find. It's like, damn. Oh well. Thank you anyway. I will consider things for future things, Mr. Dompe. Thank you very much. And as he was leaving, Dompe decided that he was going to give something to Marco. Something very important. Because this man's, he's tired. He's tired of being considered the root of all evil. That everything he does, every evil thing that happens, it happens because of him. And so, Marco could use it himself, or Marco can just keep it as a family heirloom, or hide it somewhere, whatever. But he gave Marco a little box that had a spark, a bit of black magic that, when put into you, will give you black magic powers of some description. And it can be used for whatever purposes whoever takes it in wants. And it's great. It's incredible. It is his last little bit of rebellion against everything that's happened, to show that he is not the one that is the greatest evil, despite the fact that he has now put this into the mortal world as like something that will keep getting passed down.
Hey man,
over and
whoever
over again.
uses it, they can use it for whatever they want, completely out of his influence.
Completely out of his influence, by the by. Whoever takes it and does whatever the fuck they want with it. I'm no longer the issue here. Which is really cool. Marco could take it in, or he could hide it somewhere. Keep it in the family. Who knows what'll happen with this in the future. I hope Marco doesn't have to use it.
And Gorthos, what about the last scene?
So we all came together to make a decision about how we're going to kill help Demise. Stop Ganon. And the thought of through some discussion, it came up, Polo's idea of letting Dompe rise to godhood. And the entire table was a resounding agreement. Except for Gorthos, who would rather just take him to a guillotine.
You want the resounding agreement. Obera didn't like it either at first.
Well, yeah. At the end, it came to a consensus for the most part of agreement of letting him walk into the divine realm. Gorthos, while objecting to this, is respecting their decision to toss him into the realm of the divine to try to ascend to godhood. Because in the end, it is a fantastic idea of stopping Ganon and stopping Aghanim and Vanti from getting their way of turning either of them into a literally unstoppable god on the mortal plane. So, yeah. You would still rather literally anything else be the course of action, though. But fuck this plan, this sucks.
Fine, I agree to it, but I've been playing the whole time.
Essentially.
Okay. With everybody similarly on some kind of same page, in the end, you guys wanted to make a potion, an attempt to try to get Marco to where the effects of whatever's happening with them sort of subside. That way, you guys won't have to do anything completely drastic for the moment, and perhaps by getting the Triforce of Power to go back to full power, Marco will maybe be good, and if not, going off towards some other distant destination to attempt to get things. I mean, even going to the Mortal Goddess themselves may aid things in general. The wrong part right now is trying to get that gunk to not fuck with them at the moment.
Yeah, it's making me weak. I can't do my fun moves anymore.
You will die.
My skills are lessening.
What I will do for everyone, since we are still in the same day, is because of the nice recap from all of you, I'm going to give each of you back your fleeting inspirations.
Yay.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll give you guys your 10 that you would have had at the beginning of the day, that you have not had for the past 4 games because it's all been the same day.
Also, isn't the double month thingy?
It is, but that is not something that I'm going to do right yet, because as I mentioned when we started the game, I have not set aside any time to prepare for today's game. So I don't know exactly what I'm giving all of you.
That is part of the preparation.
Yeah.
I did not realize. I apologize. Oh, great DM Sama.
I'll kill you. You're going to die.
I was expecting you not to.
He's already going to do that.
But no, that'll happen eventually. But yes, all that being said, you're going to come back into the game at this point. All of you would have seen the final thing that had happened was Gallon literally just going off and recruiting Charcoal to be a prophet to start the great book of demonology, so that a new god can be formed. It's literally just to move people around and cause trouble, as he often do. That being said, some of you do need a Charcoal, because you guys are wanting to get some things done. Not to mention, you guys have quite a lot of craftsmen with you guys now. Boogie Meal would have eventually made their way back. They would have brought some new leathers and fabrics and things for Gorthos to use, instead of giving them the clothing that they said they were going to just give to other people. You had asked for different types of cloth and different things that you could make other things with. Boogie Meal has obliged. At this point, you guys were given... Why did the music stop again? Stop that. You guys were given a decent bit of some abundant leathers and cloths that have recently came into Castletown. You guys were given some makeshift cloth that has yet to be put together. He has told you that by stitching this cloth together here inside of your guys' place, not to mention all of the ones that he had already got stitched together back at the black market from his craftsman, you can make something that he is calling Poe cloth.
Go on.
You could potentially use that to make what you're planning on making, Gorthos. With the Poe cloth, you can make some kind of magic robes. It is not going to be nearly as good as the magic robes he was offering to Matilda, but depending on the craftsman, who knows? Maybe it'll get better. Apparently, this is cloth that he had Charcoal been working on. He'd also had some of the other craftsmen in his employ working on. But other things he brought you guys a load of leathers that have recently came to the city thanks to the Harem Bandits. You guys have also now been given a absolute shit ton of Dodongo leather. I wonder where they got that.
Don't think too hard.
But you guys will now have those things there. You guys also know that you guys have a very nice amount of monster silk back over with the people over WitchCon. If you'd like to go and try to harvest some of that, I know that you guys still have some amount of it, and you know that that one spirit you guys met over there can potentially harvest you some more. So you guys have plenty of materials if you guys would like to make any kinds of things, or just leave it to your craftsmen to make if you'd like. Other than that, you guys are at near the end of the day for your things right now. So if you'd like to set things up like that and then help them, or set things up and then go somewhere else, you guys definitely can do so. It is just now getting into the nighttime. There's a little bit of sun poking out from beyond the walls of Castletown. I would like to ask anybody here, are you wanting to aid in producing any kind of cloth or any kind of things for your fellow peeps? This isn't just for you, by the way. This is also increasing the overall strength of your many people in your party.
Wow.
Giving them some leather garbs, or some cloth robes, or whatever the fuck you can make out of the Ophiester, I believe is what Squeaky wanted to call it.
Okay.
Oh my god.
What?
Incredible.
The Ophiester silk.
Also, because I'm that guy, and I just want to mention it again. Doesn't Gorthus, don't you need to go see your sister?
Oh no, it's on the docket.
Okay, cool.
That's something
cool.
you guys can do if you guys go to collect some Ophiester. Not to mention, the last thing here is some of you could also, instead of aiding in getting things for the cloths and the leathers, you guys could also aid Argo in collecting things for the potion he's planning on trying to do for Marco. All of these things are things that need to be done. You guys all know that at least sometime tomorrow, you guys should have access to the desert. So that could be something where you guys could leave Castletown as early as tomorrow if you guys have everything settled. So, going down the list of everybody, I will give a couple of things that need to be done. If you guys want to help with those, you can. If you guys don't want to and want to do something else, let me know. Ronan.
Yeah.
We are currently in need of people to either help collect things for the potion, aid with the potion, collect things for the silks and leathers, aid in messing with those, which you don't really have the skills for that. Or Obra does, yes. Or if you want to do anything else with that, go and either collect some money, go and either like try to get some of the craftsmen together. What is it you would like to do with the remainder of your day to get your group ready for your expedition to the desert?
Ronan will help gather things for the potion. That's what he said he was going to do last time, so he's going to do that, and he'll like try to give people jam sessions where he can. Okay. That kind of shit.
We will say that potion gathering, the things for everyone to be doing things, we'll say that'll happen in the basement, just to sort of get people away from the main section of the house. We will say that everything is being done down here. Argo is getting all of the different stuff settled here. I'm guessing Ophi is going to be, not Ophi, I'm guessing Obra is going to be helping you.
Yeah.
Okay. So far, that'll be 2 people who are aiding Argo with the potion work. I'm guessing other mages and things will also join you from the NPCs and things, but we'll get to that in a bit. Going down the list, Marco, are you wanting to help with gathering things for the potion, gathering things for the cloth works and things of that nature, or do you have anything else you think you can do to aid? Also, what is going on?
I believe that is something.
I was like sitting here like, what is that? What is that weird noise?
Yeah, that's just I think that's something in Squeaky's background.
Yeah. We'll work with that later.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
What do you think?
Because there's not a lot Mark can realistically do to help with crafting. He will help them gather the materials that they need for the cloths and others and stuff.
Okay. We'll say that you can go and gather things of that nature. Do you want to also get any other craftsmen together? Ask anybody else for any kind of help? Because right now, the only ones that know about things are the ones that are right here.
Sure, he will spend his time going around trying to gather as many crafts as he can for this little project that we're all working on.
Okay. Is there anyone in particular you wanting to go and ask anything of? There are several craftsmen you guys have met throughout your journeys. Some of them are off in groups. Some of them are off and doing other things. Is there anybody that comes to your mind in particular to go and get aid from?
There are technically 2 people that I can think of off the top of my head. One of them being Smith, and the other one being the potion lady from the Harem Bandits. But I think Smith's probably easier to get than her at the moment.
Smith is a shit ton easier to get to than her.
Yeah.
Smith is an absolute extremely much more easier person to get to.
For both making the metals or whatever for the armor and stuff, making weapons, also enchanting.
One thing you will take note of is that whenever you guys were brought the Dodongo leathers, they did say that they came from the Harem Bandits, which does mean you could potentially go and try to find the Harem Bandits to go and get them but it would take a couple of hours for them to return. That being said, you're not planning on leaving immediately, so you could go and attempt to talk to the Harem Bandits to grab anybody from there that you wish.
Yeah.
So you're just gonna go to Smith, or you want to go to the Harem Bandits?
I will go to Smith.
Okay. As soon as I heckin' find him. Because he is hard to find in this mound of people. I know he's here. He's just hiding.
He's just hiding. Is he shy?
He's a little shy, I would say.
He's a little shy boy.
Maybe he's on the other side. I'll go look on the other side. No, there's nobody on the other side. The other side sucks. Let's not worry about the other side.
He's right here.
Hello, Smith. How are you? You could go and grab Smith. Upon going and collecting Smith, you could definitely have them aid you. Smith would definitely be someone who could aid in some of the lighter work for craftsmaning. He's mostly a smith, unfortunately, but he is able to understand the basics of what is needed and what can go into crafting other things. You want to grab anybody else from the shops and stores around here? Speaking of Toki, they are somebody who can speaking of Taki, I believe you can make your way and see if you can ask them for anything. They are in the general store, if you remember.
Sure, I'll go see her. See if she has. I know that she can do wood carving and stuff. I don't know what else she can do. It's
basically craftsman or craftsman when it comes to this in particular. They just have to follow the orders of the other craftsmen.
Gotcha.
Yeah. That's why Smith is even able to aid with whatever Smith can do. But yes, you can grab those two. You can ask them for their aid in getting your people all messed together. We're gonna say that for crafting the leather working and everything like that in general, they're gonna use the main craft room that is right here. I'm gonna say Gallon, unfortunately, despite you wanting to have Charcoal write the new Bible for the devil, unfortunately Charcoal will probably take this as their main duty, but who knows, maybe you can still get them. That being said, Polo
from the Bible.
Is there anything you would like to do to aid with this? Do you want to actually just be aiding in the crafting aspect of all of this for the different armors and such people are going to go to? Do you want to go and collect any new materials such as the silk from the WitchCon, or do you want to do anything else in particular?
He still have the ability to help more. He will help with gathering the silks from WitchCon.
Polo.
We did not hear the word polo.
I didn't even hear the word polo. I was like, what?
It was the very first thing I said. I'm like, polo. But yes.
Sorry.
No.
We heard Gallon, not polo.
Well, I was talking about Gallon over here. Gallon's over here doing their thing. But yes, Polo, is there anything you would like to do? Would you like to take charge of the actual crafting? Which would be odd if I asked that of Marco. Or would you like to go and collect any more materials, such as the silken stuff that is over at WitchCon or anything else of that nature?
She can go and collect some of those harder to collect materials with Ophi.
Okay.
I know we had talked last game of someone going to get the silent princesses, because I'm assuming the potion we're also talking about is the potion for Marco.
Yes, that is the potion that gathering materials is of need of. I will say, as far as the silent princesses are concerned, you guys know that they are literally weeds that grow in your guys' gardens. That is not something you would need to have somebody in particular go and collect. That is something you could like literally leave to, like, you could be like, hey, yo, Link, go get those.
But yeah, if for the silk that is in WitchCon, that's probably a bit harder to get. Yeah, she'll go and
for you in particular, that'd be extremely easy to get with Ophi at your side, so that's good.
Yes.
All right.
So she will go collect those materials.
You'll be making your way to WitchCon to go and collect some materials. That'd be one thing that you are planning on messing about with. I will say, Gorthos, is there anything in particular you'd like to do as far as the potion, the crafting of the armors, or anything else in general? Again, when it comes to craftsman things, you don't have to have the general crafting thing of it. Smith and Taki are both people who don't have that. But you can follow orders and do things like that. You just won't be able to like make anything special. Would you like to aid in that? Would you like to aid in collecting materials? What would you like to do?
I think with this Pokemon, I think it might actually be pertinent to get some crazy Ophi shit ready for that.
Yeah, you can go and also collect some of that if you'd like.
Maybe stop by Avori, but that's secondary to materials. Need new pants out.
Yes. Well, we're gonna have each of you have like something happen while you guys are doing this anyway. So going off to WitchCon, we'll see what happens over there.
This got so much harder because I can't just walk by and gather it with my face.
With all of that being said, each of you go off towards your different directions to go and collect things. First, we're gonna go down to Ronan. Ronan, you will have note that several other people would be here helping and collecting things and doing things of that nature. I'm going to go ahead and grab all of the ones that would have somewhat of expertise with the people who are around. That is a decently short list with the people who are around here. However, as far as the Kokiris are concerned, thanks to the fact that Argo is the one making this, they would be able to collect the plants and things necessary. So I will add them to your team. But because there's not a lot of mages around you right now. So I will say that for the thing being, any of these guys that aren't craftsmen, which would be literally everyone except for Myro. Myro will help the craftsman. And the only other person here who has any expertise with magic stuff would be Rock. So, because unfortunately, Rock has a lot of expertise with potions since they had to drink some monster blood and it was bad.
I was hoping you would say Domi, and then it's like, fucking, we have 2 Domis, so we have twice the expertise.
Twice the expertise for Domis. You know what? One Domi will help you guys. The other Domi will help the craftsman.
Hell yeah.
Because Matilda can also come and help you guys.
I was really hoping that he wouldn't stay. I really hope one would have gotten lost in the woods.
As for the craftsman things of this nature, I'm going to say that unfortunately for Kadi, they can't do much. They're going to guard the house with their life.
Cool.
It's gonna be so fucking guarded. No one will be able to
goddamn safe.
I actually feel really bad for anything that tries to walk in that door unannounced.
Gallon will come down to you guys as well.
Imagine walking in here and here is the champion's house. And it's just imagine you get as the champion's house, you come on, you open the door, try to sneak in, and it's just these two looking down at you.
You have 3 extremely capable guards at the front of your house. 4 if you count the 5 with Phil, and of course Epona is here. And if you get in, Magic Frog. Oh no.
Look at this fun. Look at this house guard we got. Look at this. And then we have Gary and Mary in the kitchen, so we're safe.
Yeah, Gary and Mary are still working on getting you guys some food.
I'm sorry, Gary, Mary, and Garth.
I want to point out the most dangerous one is Radon.
It is.
She's front and center.
She's the leader.
Man's arm off.
She's the leader of all of that.
She literally disarmed a man.
Also, Acer is just sleeping.
God help you if they wake up.
With that being said, At this point, you guys will be able to collect a bunch of different things. Inside of the main section of the Kokiri Woods, there is the large pot that was made that has the potion base that you guys can use. So gathering all the materials here and following Argo into the Kokiri Woods so that you guys can aid with the potion making process would be very good. The only ones here that can roll for this are going to be Gallon and Obra, because they're the only ones that actually have expertise in this. So I will have them roll as soon as I get music background in. Thank you. So I would like for both Gallon and Obra to roll me for their magic, please. For Obra, that is a +6, and for Gallon, that is a +7.
+7.
Wow, Gallon, so strong.
Man.
I also have to remember now that I'm rolling, I have to do my Sun God roll. I have to do that once every day, and I always forget. But this time, 15. So
I'll have over use a goddess point.
You can do
I'm
that.
gonna roll today's Sun God dice.
We'll have to roll that again in a minute.
That's a
pretty
19. Good. That's a 19 I can put at any point if I have a shitty roll.
13.
It's a 19 total.
19 total? Heck yeah. And Gallon's was a 22. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll add both of those to it. I'm going to roll for Argo. Argo has a total of helpers who didn't roll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with Ronan. I'm going to have him roll a magic +5.
Arco, you need more magic, man.
I'm going to assume he has a jam session.
Yeah.
Which is very good for him.
There we go.
That was very good.
That wanted to be bad really, really badly.
That is altogether a 25 from Argo. Argo attempts to do what he can with the Silent Princesses added, as well as the base that he had been making for basically this entire game. Argo is going to attempt to make some kind of a cure-all to help with Marco. I'm gonna roll a d6 because his main thing that he can do is potions. As far as his crafting things, he's gonna roll a d6 to determine how many of these he's going to make. You have a d6. I'll steal yours. 4 + 1. He's gonna make 5 of these. Avatar game, eat your heart out. We are gonna make 5 cure-alls, and these don't hurt. And these don't hurt you when you eat them.
Oh boy. Listen, those cure-alls, we only had so many, but they were always clutch. We decided to actually use them.
I forget. Did Zelda start
We fucking hell on to those like a Nuzlocke holds on to full restores.
You know what? Worth it. Every time. Worth it. We did not suffer consequences once.
What this is going to be.
Cure-all? No.
What this is going to be is something that you can use, Marco, to make your poison that's inside of you, the curse that's inside of you, be lessened, at least in its effects. You have to take one of these each day, however.
Oh fuck.
Other than that, you guys can use these cure-alls to attempt to cure a disease or an effect off of a creature if you'd like to instead. However, most of these will be passed on to Marco to determine what Marco wants to do as Marco needs. You will have to use at least one of these a day though. So you can decide to drink one right now if you'd like, or you can wait until the morning.
He'll wait for the morning. I love that we're putting it in this box.
Yeah, you have 5 spaces right there, ready to go. So it seems like it's a success. Everybody claps hands. Argo is still like a bunch of the actual like other mages in here. Just like I still don't know how you do this without using monster parts, you fucking freak. I mean, we love you, Argo. You're the greatest. As we go to the actual craftsmen, they are going to be waiting for you guys to bring back any of those silks, those ophiesters. So we're going to go to you guys to determine how many of those you guys will be able to collect. Out of all the people who are left, the only one here that doesn't have any crafting expertise is technically Domi, but Domi is going to help, and Link. So Link will go with you guys to attempt to aid in collecting any of the materials you guys need. As Link will be going to aid with this, we do need to get one of the maps out so that we can talk with a couple of the people who are there. And by a couple of the maps, I mean just one map. We only need the one. And it is here as well. I promise you. It is something that I have. There we go. Yeah. All of you would make your way back to the bridge that was just on the outside of WitchCon. Upon going there, Ophi, luckily enough, this is him. Ophi puts down the chicken that he carried in here. I don't know why he carried them in here, but he will put them down. They're nice and clean.
Don't let them go to the Goma nest.
Polo Jr. will now make this their new home.
The generational warfare that will ensue because of this will never end.
Just gonna go pick up that Cucco and that fucking... I remember I put them against thing when they were all there because I thought it'd be funny that the Cucco and the fucking and the baby just felt comfortable around Ophi and it did nothing. But now it's just
Polo
like
Jr. You have the baby in your hand. Unfortunately, you can't have 3. You have to leave one of them down. Who will it be? Who do you not want to carry? It'll be just the normal
Cucco.
Cucco is going to wander off and explore their new surroundings.
It walks with the confidence that it knows.
It's okay if we must grab it. Orion can sniff it out. It's a fucking chicken.
It walks with the confidence knowing that if it ever gets attacked, it will have an army at its back.
We just hear a fucking blood-curdling scream from Ivori. Who let that in here?
What the fuck?
Immediately breaks vow of silence.
The children won't listen to Gorthos.
Speaking of
he's
Ivori,
overreacting.
There are only a couple of people who are still around this area. Not all of them have stayed. The ones who are here, I believe Clarity would also still be here. Good job, Clarity. You're not going anywhere without your master. Gru is still being Gru. I know Gru would have went off. Stu's still here though. Yes, I believe these are the only ones who would still be at WitchCon at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Stu's a silly goober.
He's a silly snoober.
Yeah, he is.
You will find that the majority of them are still just sort of surrounding the little potion that was being made over here. Master Rova taking it for their own potion base and is starting to mess with it. Stu is learning from the masters that are around this place, trying to get more and more understanding of the magey sort of things he has. And Caliburn is here to attempt to help Gorthos with their collecting. Thanks to Gorthos and Ophi. Not Gorthos and Ophi. Thanks to Caliburn and Ophi, you guys will be able to get some of this monster silk relatively easily. Polo, you will have to be directing Ophi in order to do such a thing.
Mm-hmm.
It will take you guys a little bit of time, and Gorthos, while you are doing this, it will take you basically no time at all to find where Ivori is.
I wonder where they are.
They're in the same place that they had said they were going to stay at, and away from everyone else, and also very quiet.
I'm shocked.
As you guys are collecting, and as Polo is busy juggling all of her many different babies, 2 in hand and 1 at the bottom, going like, I want to be helped too.
What the fuck?
We will say that you would have Link, and I'm going to assume that Stu would also help you guys gather some of this in order to just kind of collect it and bring it back. So Gorthos, while we are here, we can go to you. Do you want to make your way over there now, or do you want to wait for a better time to go and speak with them?
A lot's happening, and he feels like the sooner the better in informing her what is happening right now. Honestly, if he could, he'd bring Valcircid in.
You would find yourself going over toward where Ivori is. Ivori is basically sitting in a chair that has been brought there. You also find that there has been a couple of what you can see to be bowls around here. Some of them looking as if they have been emptied. You find that someone has been apparently bringing her meals while they have been here. But they are currently just sort of sitting, a couple of bowls surrounding the chair they have. They stare towards you with a look of not contempt, but definitely like a look of, you're wasting your fucking time, you better be done. But they watch as you approach.
It's nice to see you're still eating.
She looks around at the
Nothing
bowls
else.
and then looks back to you.
The deed is done, Ivori. We were successful. Despite everything.
She looks to you with a bit of a raised raised eyebrow. As if, do you have anything else to say?
He wants to apologize that an opportunity arose and Atalanta is in the world of the living again.
She takes a breath and then like lets it out and then looks back to you again as if, what else?
It's not. We did not disrupt the flow of time, technically. Gorthos no longer has his Kokiri form. It took Atalanta's place.
She brings her feathered hand to her head, which at least the feathers look like they're coming back in ever since the disintegration. They bring their feathered hand to their head and sort of grab at their temples slightly, look back to you as if expecting more, with a look of, what else?
The monstrosity Ganon came back in time to slaughter us all. That's why everything went apart and fell into hell.
She stands up.
He actively walked through time.
She stands up. She makes her way to you. And she will, you will have a chance if you'd like to attempt anything with this. She's going to attempt to slap you.
That was his fault. He's not gonna stop. He's not gonna stop her, but...
What did I say about going back to that time?
We thought it was the best case scenario. And for the most part, we were right. We avoided everything. Until it literally fell on top of us. You could have anticipated Ganon just actually falling into the past.
But you knew that they were there.
We didn't think it'd be right in front of us. How could we have?
That was the time it all happened, Gorthos. Whether he dropped in from 1,000 years in the future, or whether he was already there, you knew he was there. Did you not?
He thought we could avoid interacting with anyone. The Lost Woods are vast. We thought we could avoid it. We couldn't.
Out of all the heroes that went in there, only a handful ever left. It's like that thing knew how to hunt us down. Knowing that it came from the future has some weight to it then. Either way.
There's more, but...
Yes.
Don't stop. Don't use that tone with him.
Oh, do you want me to go back to being silent?
No.
Funny, I thought you would have loved having the bit of a break from my whining.
Warlords have never called it whining. He enjoys speaking with you, but a lot of things make sense now, and a lot of things don't make sense. Where to start?
I have memory of events that happened. I don't know what events were events that you changed or what events have always been, but I do have memory of that place. I understand probably more than you how things ended up.
The most he knows that anything that he changed was taking the living Atalanta, which showed up in front of us way before any of this happened, by the way. Just wouldn't give us her name, but that's not the point. We switched the living Atalanta for the dead one to take their place when the lightning struck. It
Everything
decided
seems
that
like
on
everything seems like it's fine. As long as that skeleton was still used by you in the past, which I have memory of you coming and finding me, so I don't think you broke anything too much. Thank the goddess of time for that. The bitch.
Yeah, she's fine. She's nicer than you'd think.
You know I don't care for any of the gods.
Oh, he knows. The skeleton also spoke before it left on its own accord. Grothis isn't sure what's happening to him or his bodies.
You don't have control over them as much as you used to. Your presence isn't as overpowering as it used to be. That is also why you're not able to pull out their true strength like you used to be able to.
Perhaps we can thank Ganon for that one.
Your emotions, your entire being seems to change whenever you're inside of one of these forms lately. In this one, you seem a lot more rash. Makes me wonder if this was the form you actually did all of that in or not.
Hey.
You're also a lot more stubborn in this form.
Well, this has always been stubborn.
But at least in this form, I can feel that there is something close to what you used to be. This one, I believe, is one of the ones that resonates the most with you, despite the anger that I feel from it.
He is an angry individual.
You are not just angry, you are determined. Annoyingly so, but you are. I assume that you got the princess.
Matilda is safe and sound.
Good.
Again, despite everything. We almost didn't escape Ganon, but we did everything we could. He
Give me a moment.
remembers.
They will place their hand towards your head. Do you allow them?
Of course he does.
You find as you do. Roll me for your spirit, please.
Ghost, let's go. Yeah, it's a 3. Yeah. Oh yeah, I gave some extra stats to that because the Kokiri body was lost.
It's a 16. 19. You can tell that she is casting some kind of magic on you. Do you want to back off or do you want to allow it?
He'll allow it.
You feel that something goes through your head. As you do, you no longer feel your connection to any of the moments in time that you were given from her, except for one.
What?
I'll take those back.
What? What was that?
I've removed the threads that I put inside of you, the ones that allowed you to find her.
Oh.
There's no need for you to go to those alternate pasts at this point. There is no Matilda in them. I don't know what would happen if you made your way there.
No, there was... Okay.
I've let you keep one of them. A last-ditch effort. I don't believe that was one that was going to be too terminal, or too much turmoil. It is the safest option that I gave you before. If you ever need to, you can make your way there.
Always the safest route here. You still...
If you're not going to think about your safety, I have to.
He means it. Thank you, Rory. But there is still more that has transpired. He knows exactly why he's lost so much of himself and why he is mortal now.
I understand a bit of it as well.
Ganon's sword. He spent 1,000 years squelching it in demon blood and malice as he forged it. And presumably he isn't doing it right now for the last 1,000 years. So that's nice. It has the power to sever immortality from ageless beings.
Well, you better watch out.
Well, he will certainly die, or lose more of himself, depending on how bad the hit is.
From what I learned ever since your little endeavor, I'm guessing, I have also learned something about that blade. The you from then, the last thing he spoke to me before he ran back off, I remember it less plain as day. Talking about how it could not be disarmed from him.
He doesn't know what old smithing techniques he used on that thing, but it seems to be true.
You think a smithing technique did something like that?
Magic's as well, but still. It could also be from when he was forging it with. Maybe he literally poured himself into it.
That is the only thing that makes sense to me.
Orthos theorized doing that, but he thought it was a terrible idea at the time.
The only thing that makes sense to me is that being, whatever it was, it completely used its own life, its own body, to forge that weapon for it. Meaning that as long as it lives, it cannot be taken from it. This is a foe that, unfortunately, has a weapon that you can never wield. A weapon that none of us can, unless we follow exactly how it forged it.
Absolutely got the question.
Weird. You don't usually have restraints about making or doing anything once you find out how to do it.
There are some things that are best left unturned even by Gorthos' standards. He's all for powerful weapons aiding those who need it, but this thing was forged with hate and malice in its purest forms. It's a god-killing weapon, and Gorthos will have no part in making one of it.
Oh, Gorthos, all those years of saying you will find a weapon to even equal and outstretch them, but killing them, that goes too far.
There's a stark difference.
You are an amusing hypocrite. I understand that you have always had the best interest for those about you. Even whenever you say you make a demon slaying or, well, even a dark slaying weapon, it never really truly was something that you felt you could do. Destroying something in its entirety doesn't seem like it's your shtick. Something can always be found again, reused again, molded again, right?
Yes.
But this weapon goes against that very notion for you. It is something that completely destroys something. Whatever's left over can't be used for anything else. The antithesis of a craftsman.
Destroyer in all forms.
Well. I'm going to say my thanks to that hero that kept bringing me these bowls. As I go and do that, looks over toward where Polo is, like, basically, like, using an Ophi to, like, raise themselves up so another Ophi can, like, clip some of the monster silk from down. While it appears that you all are performing something else, maintenance, gardening, what are you calling this?
This requires equipment. This is not enough. Majin's mask is not enough. But there's a few other developments, but there's involving the Gerudo. They've gone rogue again. But there's something else.
I don't have any understanding nor care for what happens to the people here. You understand that, right?
You'll care about this.
Oh.
Its demise. No, he goes by Dompe now.
I know, I've spoken with him before.
What? When?
About 100 or so years ago, maybe more.
You felt that this was not something to bring up to Gorthos until now.
What were you going to do? Go there and attempt to kill him?
Yes,
See?
but that's not the point. Oh, be silent.
I have no love for him, but I also have no reason to tell you to go and murder him.
No one needs a reason for him. No one needs to tell him to do that, but he has been.
You've been gone 1,000 years, Gorthos. I thought to tell you later whenever you were done with your current little spiel that you're on. You don't need any distraction. I'm worried that you even found him anyway. Yet both of you still live. Odd.
He was encouraged by Link and Polo too, and others to hear him out. Give him a chance to show he's changed.
That's weird. Doesn't matter if someone's changed. He's already done the deeds he's done. Who cares?
Perhaps Gorthos still hasn't let go of what happened. Maybe he thought Demise was well and truly gone forever.
I do not feel that someone like that can be forgiven for the things they had done. As long as they're not doing anything currently, I don't care to monitor them either. But I had my own thoughts of what to do if I ever did hear that he had done something terrible. I have a way to kill him if need be.
Oh?
Yes, I left many different traps around that place. One that, if I ever need to, I could trigger it and give him a very bad day.
Will that not destroy the graveyard?
What is a graveyard? Just a bunch of headstones. Eventually the bones will fall below the earth again. You're very sentimental.
Yes, he is. We hope at some point we will rub off on you too, but here we still are.
I'm not going to destroy them, but if need be, they're a small sacrifice to get rid of the great evil.
Speaking of, actually, he's glad you said it that way. There has been a decision made about what to do with him to prevent Aghanim and Vati from succeeding in their absolutely lunacy-filled plan of rebirthing Demise in its entirety.
Rebirthing him?
That's what they wish, to take Ganon and Demise and Dompe and forcibly merge them together again into Demise proper. Perhaps even worse this time, considering how strong that monster is.
Interesting.
We can say with complete confidence that even it by himself, Ganon has surpassed Demise in pure power.
So that monster is Demise?
Half. Turns out the Master Sword cannot destroy evil, merely banish it, split it.
You and that girl think too much alike.
You say it so derogatorily.
I just got through saying that you don't ever wish to destroy anything. Same thing must have been from her whenever she helped create that blade.
Perhaps.
Keep things at bay, sever things, but never completely destroy.
We all make mistakes at work, but we have come to a potential solution to ensure that this never happens ever again. And he is extremely unhappy about it. He has to be honest with you.
Well, what is it?
We need to firstly recharge the Triforce of Power. It's still dormant. So the only way we know to do that is to open the door to the Divine Realm in the Temple of Time.
They look at you.
We
They
also...
then turn away and they go and sit down on the chair they were sitting on. Continue.
And the point was brought up that demonkind is somewhat in a bad spot, to say the least. And the best way to prevent Ganon, Vati, or Aghanim from reaching Dompe, to make things worse, would be to allow Demise to ascend into the Divine Realm.
To give him what he originally
What he
wanted.
wanted, yes. He made his points.
All right.
All right. No objections at all? All that work?
It would get him away from the thing that would be even worse, right?
He was hoping you'd be at least a little bit upset about it.
Oh, I'm
Is he
upset.
the only one?
I'm upset, but there's no real reason to fret too much. I'm already more powerful than most of the gods out there. It doesn't matter to me.
Well, good for you.
Any of them that try to do anything to me from safely beyond their divine veil, I'll find a way there, and then I'll make myself known. None of them have the balls to come and try to mess with me. Why would he be any different? If he did, I would just go there and kill him. Same with you. It's not easy to make your way beyond the divine curtain, but at the same time, all we have to do is find a way, not like there's no ways.
Yes.
We could even make our way toward one of the temples created strongly to them, the Temple of Time, the Spirit Temple. I doubt that any of the others will be even partially able to open up a way to there anymore, but
There's a door to the Divine Realm in the Spirit Temple.
yes, but one that is very old.
How do you open that one?
Devotion, usually. You would have to have a relic that was given from the aspects of it. I believe that same relic was given to someone in Hyrule. I can't remember entirely. I keep myself away from them. But
Relic. What was the name of the relic?
give me a moment. They stand up. As they do, they turn and walk into the area beyond, behind you.
You would follow.
You make your way to it, and you do find that you are able to make your way into it. Stepping anywhere near the artifacts, you do find there is a bit of a resistance to it, especially when you start making your way over toward the picture of Fabio.
Once, and you don't trust him after. Unbelievable.
Ah, there we are. You see them go over toward what appears to be a pictograph of something. As they do, they bring back what appears to be a small picture of what you can kind of tell is Zelda, but not really. Slight differences. Here, this is a picture that I had gotten several thousand years ago of one of the princesses of the land.
Why are they so uncannily like Zelda all the time?
I don't know. It seems that they are meant to be versions of the mortal goddess? I don't entirely know. They get memories and powers as things go along, but they always sort of have the same shape. It's odd that you've never seen any of them. They must be made to come only during your off cycles.
How nice of everything. So if that's the case, then why do all the statues look better? No, he's not getting into that right now.
They're not the mortal goddess herself. Obviously, they would never change the visage of the mortal goddess to be that of their princess. That would be blasphemous. Though, only to them. We all know the difference.
They look like an egg. That's, again, distraction. What is... He's looking at the picture now.
It is her.
Is there some... What?
You would need one of royal blood to get through.
He looks at that. Oh no. Oh no.
I wouldn't worry about it. You already have the princess.
Mm.
Did you not just go and collect the princess?
Zelda's with the Gerudo, potentially as a prisoner. He didn't know she left until it was too late. Look, he would have stopped her if he could.
The Gerudo think that they have the Hylian princess.
The chieftain knows it's the mortal goddess.
The Gerudo know they have a god.
They have also gone rogue and are sending a legion to attack Castletown. A lot's happened, and Gorthos is only catching up slightly.
Gorthos.
It's bad.
They push the pictograph into your hands. Fix it.
He will fix it, obviously. That's what we're doing. We're preparing. We're gonna leave soon.
Luckily for you, there is still time.
We are rushing down to the Gerudo Valley to converse.
Gorthos, you have a week.
Fine. Gorthos understands he has a week.
Do you?
He understands what time is, yes.
In a week's time, the moon will be over top of the spirit temple. When this happens, the gateway to beyond will be opened, and one with the blood of the goddess can make their way through with whatever else they plan to make their way through with. Unlike
moon cycles, it's always celestial cycles.
That's how the goddess of time works. I don't know. You ask her.
He might.
She's always had such an interest in time and
everything's so cyclical.
You have
okay.
What day even is it? You have what, 6 days, Gorthos?
Oh, even less time, thank you.
Make your way into the desert and fix this. We don't know what they plan to do.
We don't know. Well, he knows what he planned to do. They are going to take all the males of this land and leave. Like, leave, gone. Where, he doesn't know. This is where they're supposed to go, but not here anymore. That's all he could glean from the chieftain before she vanished into a puff of dream smoke.
I don't understand what they're doing. I will not be a part of whatever this is. If your little pet kingdom falls, that is none of my business. But what I will tell you is that I'm sure that you have the time to do it.
Yeah.
I have no power to get you to the desert, but I doubt that you have no way of getting there yourself.
Oh, we have ways. Then we'll find. Gorthos will carve a way if he has to. There was not even the gods will stop him from getting to that desert at this point.
All right.
So,
You may take from whatever you need of this place as much as you can. And once your 6 days are up, I will decide whether I stay here or I leave.
You would pack up and leave Hyrule.
Well, I doubt there's going to be much of a Hyrule left after whatever happens.
And where would you go? Across the Great Sea again?
Maybe.
Or could use a vacation out that way, actually.
Well, then, once you save your place, we'll decide where to go then, all right?
Have you been to Lovril lately? Gorthos remembers that. What a trip that was.
That was a weird dream you had that doesn't exist.
Gorthos is pretty sure that exists.
They had their own Triforce, Gorthos. That was a dream.
Nah, he's pretty sure it wasn't.
There's only one Triforce, Gorthos.
There's actually 3.
Well, together they are the Triforce. You're the one that... Leave.
Surely Termina was real, though, right?
Leave. Get out. Get out. Leave. I'm not talking any more of your made-up...
No matter what.
I'm not talking any more of your made-up lands that don't exist. Leave. What, is the moon gonna fall again? Leave.
Maybe. He doesn't know what the gods of time does.
That was a dream, Gorthos!
It could happen. They both can fly into the void between worlds, and this can happen.
That was a dragon!
That was not a dragon, it was a boat! It was in your expanse!
Hi, dragons!
Polo, you hear arguing on the other side, and then you hear just a strange like explosion of force, and you just see sliding upon the ground, Gorthos going back over towards you.
There's just tries to come down from whatever she was doing. Oh goodness, Gorthos, are you all right?
Oh, he's fine, he's fine. It still wasn't just a dream! He just points, he just wipes himself off and just starts walking. Oh, he's fine.
That wasn't a dream.
Don't worry about that. Here, have this. He gives her a picture.
Oh, what is this?
A princess of times long past. So, we have 6 days to get to the desert. Let's keep going.
6 days?
Mm-hmm.
I know why, but why the rush?
Because then the door to the divine realm opens in the spirit temple, and because there's a goddess there, the goddess blood will activate it and open the door.
And what does that mean?
It means the Gerudo will have full access to the divine realm, and whomever else is with the Gerudo.
Oh.
Gorthos might have an idea where they might be packing up and going to. Or maybe they're not, and this is just coincidental. He's not taking that risk.
Right. All right. Well, we were thinking of making our way to the desert post haste after we'd settled the potion for Marco, so 6 days doesn't seem like that much of a rush in hindsight.
No, of course not. Of course not. We just need to use time efficiently. Yes, efficiently. And most certainly not panic.
I think that last pot might be very much doable. I don't think I am panicking.
Good. Neither is he, clearly. Yes.
You look over toward where Stu and Link and Caliburn are. They each have in their hands a load of this silk. Polo, you would have Ophi have quite a lot of it in their grasp as well. You guys feel like you have enough for the majority of your friends to get some new outfits.
Yeah.
The things he just said, he did not whisper it. Like despite these other people.
They are in fact audible.
Yeah. So. Let them react in that way. It doesn't matter right now. It's time for
Stu and Caliburn have no idea what's going on. You see Link, and they're relatively calm.
Great. Everyone's perfectly calm or confused. That's great. That's the preference status of everything.
Gorthos, why are you worried so much?
He's just worried.
I don't understand what they're planning on doing, but we heard Galen and we heard the others. The Gerudo aren't evil. whatever their plan is most likely not evil in nature, just
he's
misguided.
He's more worried with whatever might be misguiding them, getting access to the realm of the gods. You see where his logic lies? We certainly don't know where Vati and Aghanim went, do we?
Do you think that it is customary of the Gerudo women to trust just any man that walks into there?
You
Oh my god, I
underestimate
can go
this.
beyond the walls.
You're only noticing that now.
They just like look
Really?
down at themselves. I can go beyond the walls. I don't even
Good
have to
for
dress
you.
up.
You used to love doing that, though.
They look over. Just because I worked it doesn't mean I loved it.
Why did you
But
work
now,
it? That's not the point.
but now we can dress up genuinely and I guess find some enjoyment into it until we have to go back into action.
Anyway, Aghanim and Vati are really good at manipulating people and their perceptions of reality, so, you know.
I also want to point out they got rid of that rule of no men can be inside anyway.
He's not, Gorthos is not cognizant of that right now. There's too much in his brain.
Yeah, Viola didn't think about that, so she won't bring it up.
Link wasn't around for that, so they don't know.
Yeah, great. So, time is of the essence.
Well, let's pack everything up and see what we can do.
Yes, very good work on all of you gathering so much of this material. He doesn't exactly know what to really call it. It's like
It's sort of like a leather, but it's definitely more silky. I would assume that it is something similar to spider silk. So it's definitely a
durable
monster
like a leather.
product.
It is durable like a leather in when treated rather harshly.
And she just gives it like a good like stretch.
And it
But
has so
it's
many
so
folds you
soft.
can potentially put whatever inside of without any sort of problems holding.
And
It would definitely
but
work
it
with
is
that
light.
technique you made, where you can put different pockets inside of things.
So many pockets.
And it is
So-
light and comfortable like silk.
Perfect for the ever-growing desert heat that is uncaring to us all.
Yes. So
Perfect.
this should be able to create I mean, I could probably find some I could probably imbue some cold properties with some leftover chew jellies we have. If I could remember where I put them.
Probably in the warehouse with everything else.
Probably for an additional cooling effect for those who are more susceptible to the heat.
That would be a good idea, yes.
Either way,
So
let's
many
go ahead and make our way back.
possibilities.
That way we can hand this off.
Exactly.
Gorthos is like,
It'll be all right, Gorthos. I understand the paranoia and not
Yes.
wanting to proceed cautiously, but
You haven't been around Zelda very long in comparison. Every single time she disappears, it's always a massive problem.
You
yes, but
guys-
she
go
is also not alone.
Sorry, it's just
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
it's just circumstances where it's like
She's not alone though. She is with Brother Kuro and Brother Vega.
Kuro isn't there. They're with Rocket and Vega.
Never mind.
It's Rocket,
Rocket
and
and
Vega.
Vega.
It's yes, Rocket and Brother Vega. Do
He trusts in them. They're
but do you
not.
believe in them?
He thinks they're both wondrous souls.
I
He's sure
think-
that they're okay.
I think that should anything happen to Miss Zelda, they will try to protect her and maybe even buy us some more time for us to get there.
He trusts them like that, Polo. It's not.
You're just scared. I understand. But right now, the panic will not do us any good. So let us try to set our minds at ease and focus on what we can so we can get it done as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Panic clouds the mind and dulls the blade, does it not?
You're right. You're right. It's these last few days have been a little more than just an inconvenience for his mind. It's been quite a lot of things all at once.
Hmm.
He almost forgets who he is. Can't let that happen. Thank you, Polo. He'll try. He'll try.
Okay, now I can move on. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Okay, now move on.
You guys would have made your way back as much as you can to retrieve or to bring the different silks and things over toward the different craftsmen you guys have access to. At this point, coming back, you guys know that Smith as well as Taki are there. You have Myro working on things as well. You see Stu go and grab his place in different things. The only other people here are yourself and Gorthos, Polo and Gorthos. As you guys, unfortunately, would have had to go and get the fabrics themselves. You guys do not have the a lot of time to make or design anything incredibly different. You have a little guy over here like working his hardest to have a good time with all. He's a hero, you see. As you guys were brought all of the different things over, if you all would like, for those of you who needed to get things done, you definitely can make a lot of different types of clothing. You can make different kinds of leathers, thanks to the Dodongo leathers. You guys have the Po cloths, which you guys can do to make the different robes and things you need. And finally, now you have the Ophiester bundles that you have gathered to make whatever it is you need to from them. With each of them being brought to you, which each of them having given yourselves a little bit of understanding of them, you put some of them aside so that you can make any custom work you guys want to do later on. But for the time being, you guys listen to Charcoal, get through different things to try to make the basest amounts of leathers and equipment that you guys can, since you need to get at least your guys' done before the next day, or at least by the end of the next day. I would like to know, out of the four of you guys here, Ronan, Marco, Gorthos, and Polo, when it comes to making different leathers, which you guys would know to be something that would give you guys some higher AC, as well as maybe some other things going on. The robes, which you guys would know would deal with better, like more magics, different kind of magical casts, things of that nature. And with the Ophiester, which mostly has some different skills, definitely making stuff out of pure monster silk that you pulled off of a ceiling would probably be a little bit awkward, a little bit weird. But hey, they're made from Ophi stuff. Maybe they have some healing properties. I'd like to know, out of the four of you guys, if you were to have a choice between any of those three fabrics to make some kind of armor out of, what would the four of you choose? Leathers for AC and whatnot, potentially. Robes for magic and whatnot, potentially. And Ophi stuff for some alternate effects, some other things that may happen, some unique things.
In the immediate, I would probably call in for some robes.
Yes, you would. That is essentially what you had came here for.
Yeah.
Ronan would like to potentially get some robes for Obra.
Okay.
Oba robes.
Oba robes.
Some Oba robes.
Oba robes.
Because these would basically be the ones that get done first for like the main group. The others are going to be continuing to make some of these for themselves.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But like if you want to just have Obra be put in front of you, that's fine as well.
Yeah.
Okay. What about Marco? Marco, would you rather have leathers? Would you rather have robes? Would you rather have weird Ophi stuff?
It's Marco. Which do you think he would choose out of the three?
You want that weird oafy
You
stuff.
want that weird oafy?
Weird shit.
Sounds good to me.
Let's go.
So we have one set of the weird oafy shit. We have one set of the robes. What about you, Polo? Leathers, weird oafy shit, or robes?
It would be wrong for her to not trust in the quality of her product.
Okay.
So weird oafy shit it is.
No one gets to see the extra AC robes. Got it. Or not the extra AC or the extra AC
Oh no, I wonder what they do.
Well,
We'll
they
never
do.
know.
They do more things than just that.
Oh yeah. I would imagine they do lots.
You guys have the best craftsmen in the entire city working on these.
Listen, I don't know if I can get my AC any higher, okay? I think I'm pretty good at my AC being at 21.
You'll see. You'll see.
But what if it could be higher?
So, I'm gonna bring over these things. As far as the robes are concerned, we'll have two sets of robes. One will go to Obra, the other will go to Gorthos. The robes themselves, the head of the robes, which all the head items can be also put in the accessory slot if you wish, will give +1 spirit and +1 free magic use.
Oh.
Which is to say, you can use any of your spells once for free.
Wow.
Without costing a little Dorito.
Ooh.
That is something that all three of the different Pocloth things give.
I give 3 spell use.
The Pocloth shoes, 1 free magic use, and the increase your dashing movement by 1 square. So whenever you are dashing, you get 1 free square movement.
Ooh.
And the Pocloth robes, 1 free magic use, and also a +2 to your saves against magic things.
Oh.
Wow.
And each of them, obviously, since they're just things in general, will give your AC +1 if you don't already have something there.
Thank you.
One of these will go to Ophi. We will, no, Ophi. I keep saying Ophi instead of Obra. One of these will go to Obra, which means Obra mostly is just going to gain the effects of performing their spells 3 times for free without much of anything.
Fuck yeah.
The Ophiester socks. The Ophiester socks give you +1 reaction a turn. They also increase your base movement by 1. Just your base, not your dashing.
Ooh.
Ophiester vest will heal you 1 per turn and give you +1 to all of your saves. But it's only a
I'm a
+1, not a
healing
+2. And the Ophiester belts give you +1 to your perception, and you can switch your ammunition at will.
Oh.
Which means for Polo, you can now, doesn't matter if you're holding on to your iron tip arrows or not, you can switch to your other arrows without costing an action.
Oh, hell yeah, free reload.
Here is your set, and here is the other set. Okay.
Hell yeah.
I want to show you guys the leathers, so I'm gonna.
Okay.
I'm gonna
It's
show
okay.
you the leathers.
Jason / Link chose leathers, and they're the main party part.
The leathers. Oh, there they go.
Well, they're gone
Flying
now.
away. Just like. Oh, yeah. I found them. Perfect. The leathers for the leather hood. You guys would gain with the Dodongo leather hood, you get +1 AC and +1 to your instinct rolls.
Oh.
Pretty good. The Dodongo leather greaves, you get +1 AC, and then you increase all movement by 1 square. That is dash and base. And for the Dodongo leather vest, you get +1 AC and a +2 to all your physical saves.
Oh.
So the entire set gives you +3 AC, plus the AC you would get while wearing them will be, this is a +6 AC set.
Wow.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
We'll put it over here. You may get it later. That being said, you guys can obviously, if you ever decide to, mix and match with any of these for whatever you desire for your different stuff. But these are the ones you would get immediately. Don't put them in your bomb bag.
That's not my bomb bag.
Oh yeah, that's your bitey bag.
That's my bitey bag.
Yeah.
That's the bite bag, not the bomb bag.
The Vitamin 87 bag.
Oh my god.
Because Polo was making these, each of these will also give you guys your full shirt of inventory as well.
Oh, hey.
So you guys still have your inventory shirt.
Hell
All right.
yeah.
Yeah. I effectively have 6 spirit now.
I have finally changed from fucking, because I still have like traveler's coat, tough coat. Like this is all the beginner shit. So it's like, oh wow, finally. It's been forever.
It's really
Upgrades,
funny
people,
that you
upgrades.
didn't have any upgrades out of everybody.
Never.
Your AC
Never.
would be normal, I would think. I think that, yeah, because you still just had the 3 of them there, you would have gotten your +3 anyway. So your AC
Yeah.
is still normal, it's still the same. But now you gain the +1 reaction a turn. All your base movement is increased by 1 square. You have the +1 heal a turn, which for you is okay. You have very low health to begin with. +1 to all saves, though, is really good. And of course, the belts, you get +1 to your perception, which is supposed to be diligence, but you know, I'm a dummy. And that means you also get a little bit better for hitting things, for shooting things. And you can switch your ammunition at will.
So, question:
What's up?
how easy is it for Marker to switch from his fairy ring chest to another chest?
Because that is ringed armor, even though it is counted as light for you, it is a medium armor. You could not do it in battle.
Okay, just want to be sure.
Technically, you guys cannot change your shirts in battle anyway.
That would be weird.
That would be weird.
I assume that would be the same for boots.
I would say so, yes. I would say none of your actual clothing could be changed in battle.
Yeah. Okay. I just gotta figure out
We don't have armament magic like that.
re-equip magic when.
That's it.
Here is your new hat. It says diligence instead of perception because I'm a dummy.
Oh,
There you go.
thank you.
That being said,
It'll be easier to catch my boomerang if I use it.
you guys go through the night, helping with potion making as well as helping with crafting the armors and whatnot. Marco is sleeping. Marco's
He's a sleepy
having
boy.
a good time, putting his feet up. You guys would get through the night, having enough time to rest between things as well. Going to whatever areas you guys would wish to make your way to go and do your sleeping and whatnot. But you are able to get the majority of yourselves decently decked out. If you guys ever want any of the other leathers or any of the other things, you guys can ask for them from the craftsman to make them. You will just need to make sure that you have the materials to give them or the money to give them for it. So I'm just gonna put each of these here. They will explode again because that's just how they work. And you'll be able to see them over here, whatever you guys want.
Cool.
That being said, it's the morning. So I'm
This
gonna
is
give you
really
guys
annoying.
back your one of these you didn't use. Here's the one of these you used. You guys have your morning guidance together. I will allow, because you didn't use your thing last time, Squeaky, I'll allow you to keep the 19 you rolled for your sun god thingy.
Yeah.
Everyone getting up for the morning.
I will roll a d6 to recharge my weapon because it
Do
does
that.
that every day. Hell yeah. Maximum charges for the mace.
You guys wake up in the morning with mostly feeling rested. You guys did a lot of walking, a lot of fighting the day before, a lot of crafting in the night. I will say that for each of you guys to wake up, you will probably be waking up around midday, since everything would have happened the day before. Very busy day, very, very strong, busy day. Upon you guys waking up around midday, you would find that each of your bedmates would have already woke up and left, if you had any. And you guys would be waking up in the place you guys would have fallen asleep at. So Ronan, you probably would have woke up at your home in your clan.
Sure.
Polo, you would have probably either woken up in the tower or in your guys' big room at the thing. Marco, you might have woke up at the farm. Gorthos, you were wherever you decided to just throw yourself.
He passed out in front of his forge again.
You're just like standing in front of your forge for a second, and then you're like, okay, time for sleep. You sit down, eyes still open, because that's just what you do.
I like the idea that his bed has never been touched even once. The bed he has down there is just untouched.
As you guys would
sleep in the bed.
As you guys would all find yourselves most likely returning, because you guys know that eventually you will have word from Koro today, hopefully before the night, but who knows. Since one night has now gone by, you will know that you're not entirely sure, Gorthos, whether yesterday meant the 6th day or today is the 6th day. You could always go and ask, but most likely it means that the 6th day starts now, since you asked at night to her last night. So you will have 6 days to make your way to and stop things from happening at the Spirit Temple if you decide.
So
making your guys way toward the main section of this place, you would find that your house is the busiest it has ever been. There are craftsmen continually working on getting your people set up and ready to get going. A lot of different armors for a lot of different body types are currently being made. At this point, you guys could make your way toward lunch, because breakfast is definitely over.
Breakfast is when you wake up. How dare you?
What people would assume breakfast would be is over. So you guys will be able to get your own things going with that. Again, Gorthos.
What about second breakfast?
What about second breakfast? Gorthos, you don't have to eat, but you are here. Eventually, Marco, you find as you come home and you lay down after you're running around finding people yesterday and getting things ready and being basically ready to go and grab anything for any of the craftsmen that they needed. All of you guys coming and sitting at the main table. Polo, you're expecting to make your way into the other room to begin to cook. However, the door bursts open on the other side, and you see a couple of redeads making their way out with sandwiches on a plate. And behind them, all right, time for lunch.
I just love the idea of a redead kicking open a door and just that scream playing with the fucking.
Oh, it's sandwich time, of course.
As the redeads come to bring you guys your sandwiches, and you see that Marcus steps out, large amount of sandwiches and drinks in hand. He goes and sits them down. It's like, Marco, good morning.
Good morning, Dad. Have you been hiding from my sisters all this time?
Oh, everybody's so busy. I've been cooking up a storm.
I had a feeling you were in there the whole time.
Places down drinks, and I should probably keep making. There's so many people here.
You both have the subtlety of a brick through a window.
Mary sits down sandwiches in front of Gorthos and Polo. Gary does the same for Ronan and Marco.
Thank you.
I love our new friends.
Gary and Gary are
Love them so
so
much. Oh.
Gorthos is just like, they're so nice.
Just any like inane action followed by a short little. It's so funny to me.
Oh, just like thank you so much. Just Death screams like, oh, don't be like that. You worked very hard for that. As Gorthos understands. He speaks on that. He speaks fucking necro. You both work so hard. You should all decide to take a break soon.
You guys, over the course of sitting here looking at this, you guys would see several people from the craftsman area come in. You see Caliburn come in and like grab some sandwiches and bring them back toward where the craftsman room is. People still working on stuff.
Gorthos feels weird being on the other side of the door when that happens.
How come no one's brought me anything to eat?
Gorthos doesn't usually eat anyway. He's too focused.
But you guys have your full day ahead of you. You guys can either decide to help working with the craftsmen. If you guys do so, maybe you guys will make some rupees. Who's to say? or can get access to any of the other things you guys want to do. You guys also can make your way toward any of the people you guys have gathered here, or any of the people in other places, obviously. Until Koro comes to you guys, you kind of are free.
Huh. Orthos doesn't know what to do with himself.
You even have now Redead's and Marco's dad to make you basic meals without having to worry about them being super good.
When was the last time Gorthos had genuine downtime? He doesn't like this.
Probably like a month ago, but it feels like 10 years ago.
Hmm.
We've just been going from one place to the next without stop at this point.
Yeah, that's what he's used to. But,
Thankfully, we won't have to rush anytime soon. I was wondering where Aster was. Aster needs to eat.
Aster could see the sandwiches, but then they also saw Polo, so they went and landed on Polo.
I miss supple bosom to sleep on.
Currently, Gallon is in charge of holding on to Hermes.
The baby. It's just fucking slumped on his head. It's slumped on his head like a little fucking hat.
Gallon, while Charcoal is working on other things, also has like a piece of paper in front of Charcoal. And though I think that the demons would anyway.
Gallon, why are you trying for the demons? Let them do their own thing.
The demons need their Bible.
They need their devil from the Bible.
I mean, I wouldn't know the first thing about writing any sort of theocratic literature. I hope that's a word.
Theocratic.
Theocratic.
You're welcome. Gorthos is well versed in these things.
Gorthos puts a sandwich underneath one of the bandages that he has on the face of the skeleton. It disappears into the void.
You just hear it like this. You just see it like you see the sandwich get caught in his mouth. It just disappears.
All right, it's the new day, so Marco will drink one of the cure-alls.
Okay, Marco. Since you have had one of these cure-alls, it feels odd to you. It almost feels like as you eat this, something foams up in your stomach.
Cool.
It feels like for a moment that like something is about to come back up. However, it immediately seems to dissipate, this strange feeling. And while you don't feel like your magic or anything has changed, you feel that there still seems to be something lingering in your core. Also, that athlete's foot you were starting to deal with is gone.
Fuck off.
Unbelievable.
How dare you say that? How dare you assume?
That doesn't even get athlete's foot.
I can't remember.
It's like a moisture thing.
Yeah, it's like a mold thing.
It's just skin mold.
Oh.
If you think about it.
Yeah, so that athlete's foot is gone.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I'm not gonna say the joke.
That's gross.
I'm so lost. I was just gonna be like, oh, okay, so your feet are just extra tinky. Okay, cool.
Well, now they're fine. Now everything's fine with them.
So Arm and Hammer is it.
Hopefully these things work.
They should. Worst case scenario, we delve up the ancient practice of bloodletting.
I just remembered the clip that we made from you in 5 DARPs. Your erectile dysfunction is gone.
What the hell's happening in 5 DARPs, man?
I don't want to know.
5 DARPs.
This is a game about card games. Why y'all talking about erectile dysfunction?
Listen, I don't even remember why that was ever brought up as a joke at all.
I know for a fact no one's getting laid in that game.
There was a duel that happened in the spirit world, and they put their health on the line. So whenever one of them like won, it's just like, oh, my erectile dysfunction is gone.
Oh my
That
god.
wasn't even my duel.
It was a joke that they just said afterwards whenever there's like, oh, well, what does that mean? Does that mean all of our health is fine? Like, what's gonna happen there? Yeah. But yes.
Also, one person is on the path to getting laid in that game. Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry.
I feel like they're just doing a lot of hand holding, but let's keep going. But yeah, you guys have basically the rest of the day. If you guys would like to aid in any more of the production areas, you guys can make your way and do that. If you guys would like to instead just hang out with some people while you have some downtime, you can do that. So completely up to you.
I mean, we said today was the day we were going to do the thing, right?
Mm-hmm. You could just get a
we're going to push that off until never.
You could just have a thing of getting it done like right now if you'd like. You could like you can go to the castle and get people ready to move off toward the Temple of Time.
Okay, Gorthos will go.
Out of the four of you, who would like to go and collect Dompe?
Polo has to go. Polo has to go.
Gorthos will go.
The two of you will make your way off into the forest to go and collect Dompe. Because you guys have Polo, who is someone who can just find it in general. You don't need a ferry. You have one anyway, but you don't need one. And that means Ronan and Marco, are you guys going to go to the castle and tell people that that you're ready to start making your way to the Temple of Time?
Yeah.
I guess we're doing this early. This will be great.
Fine. Get it done now.
It's like 2 p.m.
Get it
It's
done
noon.
now, and you guys can have until the afternoon to do whatever you want.
It's
Get
fine.
it
We can
done
then get
now.
favors from the demon god to help us with our crafting.
Demon God, do you think you can help us add things to our crafting things? Like, I can't abuse my godly power. I already said I wasn't going to.
This is not abusing. This is giving aid.
This
to
is doing what
the
we
current
want.
dilemma.
Do it.
Do it though. We need the aid.
What if
Help.
we say please?
Gorthos and Polo, the two of you would make your way into the area to go and collect Dompe. You would find that Dompe currently is among the headstones as you guys approach.
Greetings, Mr. Dompe.
Well, if it isn't my favorite follower and least favorite son.
Oh,
1 second.
This... What the fuck?
peeps.
Okay, I'm back.
We brought a peeper.
What?
You did bring a peeper.
Where did this come from?
You brought Polo Jr.
Since when? Who did that?
You just see sticking out from the hood of Gorthos Polo Jr.
How did this get on me?
That is a great question.
As Polo Jr. appears, there is the slightest step back from demise.
How? There? When?
My least favorite creation.
As I mentioned, least favorite son.
You think he brought this
You come to
willingly?
my abode and you bring that beast.
Gorthos hates you, but not that much.
Well,
Oh, that's Garland.
Gallon did this.
which one is Gallon again?
Long red hair, Gerudo, mine.
Yours. Oh, the one that was always standing next to you.
Yes.
Well, I'm just glad you're just being honest about it now.
He told me to be more assertive.
He sees.
Well, despite the company he keeps, looks over to the chimkin.
He just gently, gently takes it out of the hood and just very gingerly, like he's holding something he doesn't want to hold, hands it towards Polo.
Oh, it's just a baby.
It's the worst part. It's just a baby. Please take it.
Oh, all right.
They get even more ferocious if you hurt the
Uh,
baby.
You don't want to know what comes out if that thing starts crying in pain.
He stands up.
Oh.
As he does, he makes his way over to you guys. You guys see from where he stood up at, there was a small brush and a pail of water. As he makes his way over towards you guys. And what can I do
Oh.
the honor of?
Oh,
I had,
yes,
a,
if
I
you
had
may.
a visitor last night as well, from among your group.
Oh,
We've heard there was a visit, though.
Hmm.
It was a nice gift you gave them.
Hmm.
He smiles. Nice gift. I suppose you could say of it something like that. It is something that could either be a great boon to your kingdom or a great danger, depending on who decides to wield it. Either way, though, it'll be completely out of my hair and out of my influence. If something bad happens because of it, is because the one who wields it is bad.
Aren't you starting to get more clever?
Have you made your decision then? Is that why you're here? I will not fight back if that is what you plan to do. Though I doubt that is it, since you didn't bring any more of your friends.
He just looks to Polo and then looks away from them both.
No, we did not come to incite any sort of violence.
And tell me, Gorthos, why are you here?
He felt it was the proper thing to do to bring you to Castletown. That decision was made.
Before
the
you
most-
say anything else, he steps forward. You do not have to say anything else, if it is difficult. It seems the decision itself was already difficult enough for you.
He looks at the mice. He just looks them dead in the eye. Congratulations. You finally won.
One. I guess that's one way to look at it. Gorthos, whenever we were doing what we did, back before time was even recorded here, you followed my orders to a T. And when you did, there was no life in you. Not even the slightest bit. Thorag followed orders until some boy and a soon-to-be goddess found them. When that happened, light filled them. A purpose was given to them. One that they were able to choose. The same thing happened with me. Back then, I wanted to be a king, a god, for the sake of being it. And now the only drive I have to become that is so that I will have done it, and have you be the one to put me there. That is the only joy that I have from going into that realm, is the fact that you as well as any of the rest of mine who stayed, were the ones that put me there. The only joy I have in becoming a god is the fact that my people were the ones that put me in that position. I have a purpose now, and that purpose is to make sure that those people do not regret doing that. You can say that I won. But I also think you could also say that my penance is starting. My servitude to my people is finally starting.
If you dare to fail them, you are not safe in that realm from Gorthos.
Maybe I should then, so that I can see you again.
Sure.
Despite everything, Gorthos, these several thousand years where I've been hiding in the shadows, it was nice to see you again. To see what you've become. Definitely wasn't your upbringing. He starts to step beyond you.
Upbringing. Servitude. More like it.
Polo, are you sure this is the decision of the soon-to-be Queen of the Demons? To make me your god?
I feel at the moment, and in the foreseeable future, there might not be anybody who is befitting to ascend. I do not think any demon would elect themselves with benevolent purpose.
No.
You do not need benevolence to be a god.
No, but I consider it a desirable trait.
We've already seen what's like to have a selfish would-be god try and take over.
Then why not you? You say that other
myself.
demons would very much elect themselves. Why would you not? What is so different about you or different about me that you feel that you wouldn't do a better job?
I do not feel I am worthy of that honor. And
Many gods aren't.
I feel like there are still many things here that I need to do, and that I wish to do. And in that selfishness, I am not worthy. If
That is very selfish of you to be kept here by your earthly desires. But, as I mentioned before, that greediness is a good thing. Ask anything of me once I transcend. Once. And if it is within my power, there will be no questions asked.
Thank you.
Just know I will have to put myself upon a pedestal if you're going to have me sit on one as such. So I will have to be a little bit greedy myself.
I am well aware.
Is he going to get deja vu again?
After thousands of years of hiding, I have to at least show something whenever I ascend, right? Otherwise, people may not even know I exist.
Oh, he knows. Just try to keep the collateral damage to a minimum.
Collateral damage. What could I do to show myself to as many people as possible without causing any collateral damage? Ah, I know. Do not worry. As I said, ask any one thing of me, Polo, and it will be yours. In Gorthos, you will always be favored, my little demigod.
Oh, do not begin with that.
Having a god's blood with you. Oh man, you'll be a favorite among our people. How they'll hail you, Gorthos.
That's not why he's letting you into the realm. Oh, it's already starting.
Take it back! Fuck this! I give up!
Oh, an Elval circuit's gonna be even more unbearable. There'll be 2 of them.
You let him do what?
Also, I'm kind of a god now? Anyway.
Why didn't you elect me?
I would have done that!
You're turning people into gods, Gorthos?
No, it's not you! You sit down.
Do you two would like to return him to Castletown?
Yeah.
You just like turn as he's walking away. As they're walking, Rose just looks at Paul, just turns to Paul, and he's already feeling a migraine.
Apologies.
You literally are not the reason.
I kind of feel partially responsible, since this was...
He's choosing to act like a pompous ass.
Yes, but all of this was at my acquiescence.
It's because you were right.
Hmm.
Demonkind needs a god that loves them. We'll make it work.
And if anything happens, I do have one favor.
Oh, no, don't waste on that. Gorth will just simply open the door and drag him out.
Right.
Or Vori will. She's very strong.
I love how Vori is just like, yeah, I'm stronger than the gods. That's probably true.
Notice that she's strong. You didn't say anything about comparisons. He knows better. There is something he must ask, though.
Hmm?
Dompe.
What is it?
Who's going to look after your graveyard?
Think of it like a legacy thing. Have to leave something behind for my children, right? Congratulations on the new land.
Oh. Well, congratulations, Gorthos. She just gives a little clap, clap, clap.
So this is how it becomes a property owner now. You suppose if anyone needs to take care of it, it should be him.
I left a brush and water beside one of the graves. Clean it up whenever you're back.
He just stares at her. The sky's narrow.
What, you don't want to do your chores?
You
never were one for chores. A rebellious one, this one, Polo.
You knew he would be like this, yet he agreed anyway. He knew it. It's exactly as what he thought had happened.
I didn't think his rebellious phase would last thousands of years, but
It's not a phase! is literally not a phase.
It's not a phase, Dad.
It's a choice of profession.
Oh dear.
So, the other side, you guys would have gathered the many people in the castle to make their way toward the Temple of Time. As you would have made your way to do so, they would have had already picked out the people that would be making their way there, is such to guard the place and also to guard the people going therein. That being said, a couple of them are also people who are here for their own sort of convenience. You note that Hadar is also in attendance. He's like, well, the King of Demons isn't here, so I'm gonna be here. You find that Faraday is also in attendance. You find that a lot of the more people that you had fought before are the ones who are in attendance. As you would all make your way to the Temple of Time to be there, I would like to know, did you tell them who you were bringing to go into the Divine Realm?
I believe there's no way in hell
did
Marco will not tell them.
We haven't yet, but we can.
I see we're in an impasse.
You see, if we tell them when they're there, they can't say no.
I will say then, as you guys would see everyone getting into the temple, the people having basically allowed for whoever is doing their services to make their to finish their services and leave, as the two of you would stay outside with the kings. I would like to know, as things are approaching, King Magnus will be looking toward the doorway. As they're doing so, I have written and rewritten my speech 1,000 times within the past night. Did not think we were going to be doing it this early in the day, but I believe that I am as prepared as I could be. I don't have to worry about any grammar mistakes. I don't think they're going to actually go over my page here. He like looks to a scroll he has in his hand.
There's definitely going to be something, Harry, that you may need to ad-lib when it happens. My king, we are, in order to stop a calamity from happening.
I've already been told of what is going to be happening by Galen.
He's told you everything?
Everything. It's going to be rather refreshing to see two goddesses arise in front of my very eyes. Though I will have my heart stayed for the moments as it happens. It is going to be a lot, but it is just barely on my register. I believe with nothing else going awry, I should be able to keep my cool.
Is
that already told you?
There's another thing, my lord, that I'm surprised Galen didn't tell you.
Oh, that's right. You only talk about the bodies. The fuck yes up.
In order to stop a calamity, we are also going to be seeing the ascension of, well, the god of the demons.
They would also be here. Ophi is not. Ophi is with Polo, but I wanted to bring Ophi over
just
here.
looking out the window. Yeah.
Galen is inside.
Smile.
Galen is inside with Radon, like showing them around. With just like looks back to you guys, just with a large shit-eating grin after that.
Bastard boy.
The little rat boy.
The rise of the god of the demons.
Mm-hmm.
What exactly does that mean?
It means that we are bringing someone here who will, when we take them to into the realm of the gods, will make his ascension as a god himself.
That is quite a
Brought up
lot.
a very good point that the demons don't really have a god that answers them. So it might be a good idea to have one.
And because we have made the attempts of trying to find other methods, but if we do not let this person go through with this, if he is captured by our enemies, he and the greatest evil that we've seen will be forcibly fused together.
That is incredible.
When the Master Sword destroys,
He just like you see King Magnus like stumble back slightly and go to sit down, just like, all right. And this person you have chosen for this duty, they are of the highest moral fiber. I'm sure worthy, of course, to become a great deity among the most sacred of our realms.
worthy, yes. Highest moral fiber, that's hard to describe. He has made the attempts to rescind his old ways.
He's had a checkered past, but he's making good now.
Magnus looks down. I see.
For the last, like,
It is very
thousands
troubling,
of
like,
years.
But if this does not happen and he is captured, we may never have a chance to stop the oncoming calamity.
I trust Ronan. And as far as I'm understanding, if this is something Ronan is going for, then he speaks for the Zora in this case. He was given that artifact by the old king, and as such, I believe this may have been part of the old king's thoughts. That Ronan would be able to do whatever they wished with the item in general.
Okay, I'm glad you specified, because I definitely don't think he foresaw this exact circumstance, but I appreciate
You're
your
doing what, Ronan? What the fuck?
That guy?
What the fuck
That
do you
man.
mean?
You would ascend that man!
Are you kidding me? The old king is fucking cool with literally everyone.
The old king is like the chillest brother ever.
You talking about a dude who was like during the selection of a new Zora king? He's like, yeah, fucking Hylian can do it. I don't give a shit. like, I think he's a little too chill with everyone.
Listen, the Zora really like the mortal goddess, or they really like Hylians, okay?
Oh, I'd also like to ask, just in general, who is holding on to the three treasures at the moment?
Heckin'.
I believe at this point we would have collected them from Shefos, right?
Yeah, if we were coming here, we
Yeah,
probably
I'm
would've brought them
asking
all.
which of you are holding all of them, or if you guys are holding them separately, or what's going down.
I believe Ronan would be holding the ruby and the sapphire, so Marco would probably holding the emerald eye.
Okay.
Sure.
I'm gonna bring them all over to the area really quickly. The little bag that the sapphire came in is probably big enough for two of them to be in there. There you go.
I'll just leave my bomb bag at home, because I'm not really, there's nothing in it anymore, and I don't really foresee myself getting new bombs.
I don't see myself bombing the gods yet.
No. If Demise acts up, though.
As Magnus looks up, he looks around to each of you. If you believe that they're worthy, then I have no reason to go against that claim. There's some odd music for that. Hold on. Terrytown.
I think it's oddly perfect music considering.
So, we will be seeing two gods return flesh, if they've ever been mortal to begin with, and one ascend beyond. Very interesting.
Yes.
I will...
But the mark to stay in the calendar is a grand holiday.
Holiday.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps.
Not only that, this should also, with Polo, when she eventually becomes Queen of the North, should foster some good relations between Hyrule in the north, on top of what would have already been.
I was already in speaking with Vega on many different things we could have had happen throughout the connection between us. Luckily, it does seem that the only problem with the northern structures currently is the city of trade that is happening there. They're the only ones who would most likely have any sort of actual claim to anything there. So in the time that we have going forward, making peaceful relations with them as well as with the city of trade will be monumental. So having something like this to bring may be an interesting proposal for them. Anything else?
I think that covers it, right?
I'm saying this out of character, just so you, before anything is said. Man, should we ever tell him about his daughters?
Oh, you guys already know that the Matilda is currently hiding from him.
Yeah, she is hiding from him.
She's got to go back at some point.
As far as he knows, Matilda and Jason are still together and actually going around the Temple of Time, as far as he knows.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Oh boy.
It's like, it's fine. My daughter is with the hero.
That's crazy.
I mean, technically, yes.
My god.
Imagine if he then learned that Jason was also his daughter.
And then we
You have
find
twins.
out from him, oh, I see, it's happened again. And we realize that the queens were also the same person.
Oh my god!
It's fucking Zelda mitosis.
Yes, they have the ability to create a perfect copy of themselves through time magic. They just walked into the forest one day, and I'm like, my queen, is there any way that I could possibly love you more? And she goes, let's find out. And then another one came out. Anyway. You guys brace the king and king for what is to happen going forward. As they would enter, they would keep most of this to themselves, I would think.
Makes sense.
The guard would make their way onto the outside of things. Again, they're letting the current prayer and the current proceedings go as normal, so that everybody who is in need of doing anything in the town goes off and does so. That being said, the guard are still going to be stopping more people from coming in currently under the pretense of, you know, there's a lot of royals here and they don't want people to get any ideas of stabbing them, doing any stabs at them.
There are so many powerful people here. I don't think anybody would if they tried.
Boogie Meal's like, here I go. My time has come.
Finally, on these hallowed grounds, I can kill the king and take its throne.
Let's get you in the water. It'd be funny. Haha, look at them water guys in the water. Anyway.
They're just standing in the water, waist deep.
As you all would find yourselves going back to the inside of this place, it does not take long before your other charge is brought forward. Magic Frog does not have a seat that can fit him, so he will sit in the very center of everything, getting in the way.
Of course he will.
No, it's a church. There's like a big old wide area where a pastor can walk around the entire area and speak.
No, he's sitting right in the center of all the fucking pews, and it's like knocking some of them out of the way.
Some of them are crooked at this point.
He has croaked several times because his juices got on things and he's cleaned them.
Obviously, he would not leave it unclean.
Especially not in this sacred of places.
I need to know how much shit is Demise talking and how much are we arguing all the way to the temple?
I would say he would be trying to get as much shit talk out of the way as possible before he ascends to godhood, so it's up to you.
He hates you so much.
You can't choose your family, I guess.
You know who I can't seem to find?
Who?
Z.
Again?
Because he would be with all of you.
Freaking again.
Freaking again. I don't know if he
Where's
like
that teeny
exploded.
boy?
I don't know if he like exploded off of you guys again whenever I went about like moving one of you or what. But Z's with you guys. Just imagine that.
Why does he keep exploding?
I'm gonna look around.
I don't know
Is he
why
over
things
here?
keep exploding, but they do. They explode all the time.
He's not over
For
here.
fun.
Is he over here?
I wouldn't worry about it. Just assume that Z is with you. All that being said, Gorthos and Polo, you would bring Dompe through Castletown. As you would find that up ahead of you, the guard are keeping people from going any further. As you would approach, they would recognize at least Polo among the group, as Oldman Jenkins would step around looking toward Champion Polo. Champion, there's a gathering in the Temple of Time currently. Is that what you are making your way toward?
Yes.
And the two here, they are with you?
Yes.
Oldman, Gorthos is hurt.
Champion Gorthos. I'm sorry, you looked a lot smaller than I'm used to.
That happens a lot. But not so much
Most of the
anymore.
people here consider the champion Gorthos, the Donu body.
Mhm. It's
A long
his
story.
existence is complicated, but he forgives you.
Well, champions, of course, make your way through. And you, sir.
This is Dompe, a acquaintance
Well,
of Gorthos, a friend of Polo.
is this someone who is understandable to be around the king?
Yes.
You heard them? He like
The
looks
king-
at him, looks at his bone hair.
We assure you, they are not dumb enough to try anything. They are here as a guest.
Then please. He steps out of the way and motions forward.
He nods and continues
that reminds me,
forward.
there should be at least one more person here.
As they pass by the guards, Gortha just mumbles to Dompe and Polo. Just he feels he washes the mouth out.
Forgot there should be at least one more person here. There you go.
Wait, would Theodore be here for this?
Theodore cannot be here.
I see.
He will disintegrate.
Theodore cannot get anywhere near the sacred realm. As you are let forward, the others will allow you to go forward as well. You would make your way toward the doorway to the Temple of Time. As you do, stepping upon the steps going forward, Dompe looks down toward them. I assume they'd be grander.
Not everything needs to be grandiose and excessively large and complicated. Despite Gorthos' protest, apparently. He thinks it should be grander too.
Given that this apparently was the site of the mortal goddess's ascension, thanks to the allowance of the goddess of time, I would assume that there would be statues everywhere, gold
That's what
adorning each of the steps, medals of
That's
the
what
gods
Gorthos said.
making their way through each of the intricate pieces of glass and lane.
Exactly, but no, they decided on this.
At least you two can agree upon something.
There is a time for grandiose, and that time is with anything of which you wish to put effort into.
Hmm.
He will step up and make his way toward the double doors. As Demise, the Lord of Darkness, makes his way into the Temple of Time.
It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
As he does, you guys would see that most people of decent influence would be finding their way here. You would find that, of course, there is not a ton of people from the River Domain, as they are over by currently the town off to the east. You would also find that not a lot of other things of people would be here. One person is a bit out of place, though, as you look into here. As this is something Ronan and Marco would have seen upon stepping into this place. But if you remember, somebody was making their way down to speak to someone as of yesterday. You guys see, sitting at the very end, at the front of the pews.
Oh wow!
Oh,
Here.
Oh,
Cool.
how do you get in through the door?
It's a big
don't
door.
worry about that.
Doors are larger than they appear.
And device and Gordon's
this would be first noted by Ronan and Marco, as it would be very easily noticeable whenever they would step in. And sitting off beside of them, currently we have to keep him in check.
Yeah.
Hooray.
I'll watch him. I'll watch the prisoner.
I like to imagine the little tiny frog is on his head.
Not a prisoner. Silence.
you all just like, man, my kid's so fucking cute. Look how dumb they are.
You see, as any sort of going over and speaking with him, Ronan and Marco probably wouldn't have immediately worked out, but if you guys would like to try, you could before the others show, or you could wait for the others to make their way here.
I don't think Ronan has any particular interest.
Good. The same thing would be shown as both Gorthos and Polo would make their way here. Dompe would step in looking around. Over by where Gallon is, there is padding beside of him looking back to Polo like, I saved you a seat. However, there's also many other people about. You guys would see Gidon in this place sitting at the front of this section. You would also note that both Blaze and Thunder are staring toward him, both of them with not their weapons at the ready, but their weapons not on their backs, just in case.
All right. Hey, the bishop's here. What?
Yep, Bishop of War is right here, hanging out with Havar, the leader of the Sheikah.
Gorthos meets with the party's eyes, just nods to that, like Ronan, Marco, Hosiage nods, and then Link and Gallon just
stares around, looks forward toward everyone, and makes their way over and sits down beside Link.
I think Ronan would approach over towards Farad for a second.
Polo, do you want to sit anywhere in particular? Oh, there you are, Z. Hi, Z.
Yeah, I found him over on the heckin' castle map.
She will sit next to Gallon. He went to the trouble of saving a seat.
Good. You see that there is an Orion and a Hermes in the seat beside of him on the other side. As Ronan, you approach the front toward where Faraday is. She seems to be standing rather serenely, but does look to you with a bit of a smile as you approach.
Hey, so what's he doing here?
I went and had a party of people going and speaking with him earlier, and you gave us access to your home, so I just assumed that I could use it to travel to and fro, if possible.
Oh yeah, totally. What's he doing here?
Well, he's not going with us, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, good.
But he is someone of great influence in the Zora people, who are currently not in attendance here. So I thought that it would be a good show to at least have him around for a time. Not to mention, he seems a lot different than the last time I spoke with him. Most likely because of the motions toward his bandages.
Yeah. So did you get him to agree to the whole I don't know if
we have barely
is the right
spoken.
word. Oh, okay.
Whenever I made my way there, the only things that were out of his lips that I could even get to be professionally heard was his apologies to me. I couldn't get a word edgewise about the town or the city at all.
Okay.
I suppose he did say one other thing, but...
Yeah.
He said the crown looked good on me.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, he's right. So he's just here to watch then.
He doesn't even know what's going on.
Gotcha. And once this is over, he's gonna do the whole facing his punishment thing, or?
Once this is over, I'm gonna bring him over toward the King of Hyrule and have them speak. I will speak slightly on their behalf as well, but mostly it is going to be whether or not it is said if he is going to face any true punishment in the dungeons or not.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
What?
Sorry. I was given hamburger helper.
Gotcha.
Hell yeah, hamburger helper. What kind?
Hamburger and cheese and noodles. I don't know. Oh.
All right then. I guess that's fine.
I wouldn't worry too much about him. In fact, whenever I made my way there, it seemed that he'd already moved most of his people away from there. A lot of them made their way over toward Lon Lon, and have currently started up work with some of the different farming houses around there. I think the majority of them are making their march back toward the sea domain.
Well, that's good. All right then.
He looks over toward where they are and looks over toward Radon. Seems she still doesn't know.
Yeah, we didn't tell her. Wasn't sure how to really broach that.
Thank you. It's something that either he or myself would probably need to tell her.
Yeah, I figured as much. One day, perhaps.
I think it'll all depend on what happens with this punishment. Depending on what the king thinks, I would rather her not feel too bad about it until he's released. So maybe I'll wait until then.
I think that's a good idea.
You don't think it too cruel?
I mean...
Sorry, I don't mean to get you involved in my personal relations.
I don't want her to see her hurt either. And confused by all this stuff.
She looks over. I would also like to make sure that she was a little bit older before she learned the truth. Be able to handle it a little bit better, though odds are she'll probably be upset at me for it. But having her upset later, and having her upset now, it may be selfish of me, but I think that later would be better in this case. Especially depending on how the king's feeling after all this. If the king is in a particularly bad mood, he may not even be able to be free from this place for quite a while. Could even be up to maybe even a Hylian lifetime.
Yeah.
He's already said that he will accept any punishment, even if that includes death.
If that's what it ends up being, I don't even know how to begin approaching that.
You don't have to. This isn't something that you need worry on. Though, I do appreciate you coming and talking to me about it. There are times whenever I feel I really shouldn't be in this position. I shouldn't be the king of the Zora. I don't know whether or not the ideas or anything that I say aloud is the correct thing to say, or whether it's kingly even to do so. I don't know if I should stick my neck out for a former lover, or if I should let him fall to whatever he has done for himself. Whenever I think back on it, the only thing that comes to my mind is protecting Radon. I don't know if that's what I should be thinking as a king or not, but it's what I've decided to do. They do look cute together, though.
Yeah, I guess they do.
I'm gonna be okay, Ronan. And so will they. Eventually. Thank you for everything you did.
Don't mention it.
Getting brownie points with the king. Didn't realize you were thinking that far ahead.
You know it's not like that.
She motions back over toward where your friends are.
Mm-hmm. He will go to them.
Meow. Pass Magic Frog. High five.
Yeah. Tongue five.
Tongue five. You would find that eventually the last of the pews of people that are not needed for this place begin to empty themselves. If anybody has anything they would like to do before anything, now would be the time, as there are still a few civilians inside this place. You want to go crazy and murder everyone? Now's the time.
Well, those just he goes wonders. He looks at the bishop. Is he looking over here towards demise, or?
The bishop seems to be staring over in the direction, but the bishop doesn't really have much to show on their face. There is, whenever he first showed up, a bit of a raised eyebrow, but both you and Polo know the bishop doesn't really care about making any decisions on his own.
Yeah, that's a running thing with a lot of demons.
So after Marcus slices Hosier's throat, he stabs Ronan in the back, grabbing the treasures,
And
he
runs
eats all
off.
three of them, becoming the Omni.
Eats all three of them.
Eats all. Fuck, you consumed your treasure. So here this turns to demise. So here we are, waiting.
He looks over towards her beyond where Link is. Link is just like looking between the two of you. I suppose we are. You find that is new news?
You thought we'd get here before, after everything has been said and done, and just get it over with. Do you happen to be feeling like you're catching on fire yet?
Of course not. It wouldn't do for a god to burn in a place like this.
Oh, of course.
Unless you think that Miss Polo's decision is a bad one.
It is the best possible outcome at the moment.
Then what are you worried about? You're still not worried that this is all part of my machinations, that my plan to ascend to godhood and wreak havoc upon the world is still intact?
All your impatience seemed to have left you when Ganon manifested, so maybe it is.
Could all be a show.
Mm-hmm.
Now's your last chance to kill me, Gorthos.
Oh, you get back up.
Eventually.
Besides, he agreed to let this happen. You're not going to constantly bother him, are you?
Bother you?
Where'd you get those snacks?
Sorry. It's time for the helper. They were handing it out outside. Didn't you see them? They were handing it.
No. Well, you gods don't talk to people often. Surely you like to break the rules about that kind of thing. Or standards. Gorthos isn't sure why, actually.
Oh, Gorthos, you're worried you'll be lonely without me.
Gorthos is worried he will never know a moment of peace anymore.
Gorthos, I've known of your existence for thousands of years, and I've still never talked to you then. Why would I start talking to you now?
Because you can't walk away now.
I may check in on you, just to make sure you're not too lonely.
He's never lonely.
No lying to God.
He's not lying and you're not a god yet. Says he wouldn't lie to them anyways. Waste of effort.
You are one of the most lonely beings I've ever met, Gorthos. But
Gorthos is...
you surround yourself enough that you deal with that problem on your own. So maybe you are right. Either way. He puts away his hamburger helper that he finished. He stares forward. If nobody else has anything they want to do.
Nope.
The last of the civilians leave the area. As they do, King Magnus will step forward. I would have liked to have had this started by the sister in charge of this place. Unfortunately, she had made her way away from here about a week or so ago. For those of you who understand the current problems with the Gerudo, I can only hope that she is doing fine. That being said, it's time for some of us to make a step forward and go into commune with the gods. We will not be stepping far into this place. We do not know what kind of an entrance to the Sacred Realm would do to the area beneath this place, though it has been assured to me by their teacher, making their motions over toward the Bishop of War, that my daughter and her hero have made their way out of this place, at least for the time being. So there should not be anyone beneath us to have to worry about. That being said, any who feel they have a need to make their way with me, you can. But just have all of you know, stepping into the realm of gods is not something that anyone should do lightly. My guards will stay here and keep watch over some of you. Myself, the king, motions over toward Faraday, and my champions will make our way forward. If there's any else among you that feel they have a need, please come forward as well. Gallon goes to get up. You guys go to get up.
Yep.
Dompe goes to get up.
Hey.
You find Link look like they're about to get up, but then sit down, looking over toward the doors. I'll step outside. Orion looks like they want to go, but you do find that immediately Hadar puts their hand back and stops Orion. You may want to put away your tendril as well, Polo. We don't know what happens to things that are dead when they go into that place.
Yes.
Ophi
I mean,
looks
Ophi
to
was
you.
outside apparently.
No, they're with you. There wasn't a lot of room in here. Ophi would look to you. Their big place where eyes would be wide.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ophi. I am... Actually, now that I think about it, there is a possibility that Divine Light could exercise both of you.
Do you wish to dismiss Ophi?
Yeah, she will dismiss Ophi.
Orion will stay behind. You see that Hadar has been given a dragon to hold on to.
Here, hold this.
You see that that Misty has been given Apollo Jr. to hold on to.
She looks very mad because she wants to hold the dragon.
The last place that a cucko should ever go, the sacred realm.
Yeah, no, we don't need that.
As you go to get up, Marco, you do find that Hadar goes to get up as well. He's not a champion or anybody that feels like they need to make their way forward, but he gets up either way.
Marco would nod to him.
You see that Radon goes to get up. As they do, they are still holding on to Gidon's hand and like it's looking like they're like, all right, come on, let's go. I have to keep watch over you. But then he shakes his hand free and goes, I should probably stay here. Looks to both Blaze and Thunder, who, as they were like pulling them to get up, have drawn their weapons further. Oh, yeah, you're a bad guy, right? And then goes over. Gidon like sits down like, right, I'm the bad guy. Sits down. As all of you get yourselves going forward toward the door that would lead down into the dungeon, but as you look to it, seems as if it is a door that has depictions, or at least depressions, of all of the treasures in front of it. Of course, Magic Frog the Usurper is coming as well.
Yes, of course.
How else would he usurp the gods without being there?
Exactly.
King Magnus would look to all of you. His eyes would linger for a second on Hadar before he just sort of just lets it happen, like, you know, whatever. Looks over toward Radon and it's just like more of a concern across their face from that one, but
well, just as if he just knows, like, what? No, the child does not go into the divine realm.
We're ready to go. They hold up their frog.
No, you need to ensure the prisoner stays seated, Radon. They're your charge.
They are?
Meaning that you're in charge of what happens to them.
I'm in charge of what happens to them?
Don't hurt them.
You're right.
Just
they dash out. As they dash out, they jump up and grab onto like the spiky like side of like his like Weenai. Just as they grab onto it, I'm in charge of you. What happens to you is my responsibility.
I can't wait for like whatever dad jokes will happen in the future because of these interactions.
Growth is so happy it's that easy.
Okay then. 1 second.
That would have been unpleasant.
All right, so what do we do?
Had to go on mute for a second again.
Uh,
You guys see King Magnus look around at the different people, sees that most of the others have not gotten up. For a second, he like lingers on Havar, who just puts his hands up like, I don't think I need to speak with the gods right now. They may be angry at me and my people for a bit. He nods. All right. That being said, champions, present the treasures.
Marco presents the Emerald Eye.
Where the fuck is Obara?
They're making potion unless you brought him with you.
I only just now realized that she's not fucking here.
Can't believe
and
you.
why the fuck is she not here?
Can't
Can't believe
believe
you left her
you.
fucking home.
Can't believe you didn't grab her on your way out.
Can't believe you left her at home.
Ronan would have brought her.
There you go. Where's just like, oh, Roman just looks around at that moment like, wait, rushes out the door.
Be right back. He fucking would have.
I left my wife at home.
I can't go to the sacred realm without my wife.
It's true.
Without my fish wife.
Wow.
As you hand over the emerald eye. The emerald from deep within the forest. Looks over toward Ronan.
He will hold out both of his.
The sapphire from our great lake. And the ruby from the mountains that surround and protect us. He places each of them within the indentations in this place. As they do, the doorway that would normally lead off toward down below in the dungeon begins to glow out with a bright white light. As this white light is shown to everyone, Polo, there's a slight twinge coming from this place. Again, this place is the only place in all of existence that doesn't have a demon in it. So you and Demise both have a bit of a as it opens. Gorthos,
Yeah.
you feel momentarily as if your bones begin to somewhat react. You find that there is almost a extreme want to fall down to your knees in front of this place. Maybe it's something that the body that you're in would have done, or maybe it's something that this place is just having a reaction on you for. But out of everybody here, you feel that you wish to take a knee down before this place. You look around as you do note Magnus as well does this, as well as Hadar. Marco, you don't have this feeling currently.
Why the fuck would I not have this feeling?
You do not have this feeling currently, Marco. You also don't have the weird demony feeling that the others had.
Wonder if it's because you ate a huge
boy, what
glob of
do I
pure
have?
evil.
Nothing. It's just a place.
Here's like, oh, neat.
I think Gorthos would go to her knee. Like just reaction, like a reaction. Just
As
Marco would take the knee after a bit. You seeing the
you
others
just like see
doing
all
it.
the other Highlands go down. And you're like,
That's strange.
As the feeling goes away, the king looks to all of you. Let's go through.
Time to find out. He just gets up.
Find yourselves stepping out into what only feels like a further extension of this place. The bricks beneath you aren't in any sort of bright alabaster or white. When you look around at the windows, they seem to be letting in the same light that you would have seen just outside of this place. There are depictions all around the walls, the stone, showing different symbols and gods throughout. As all of you Step your way into the remainder of the Temple of Time. You look out the windows to see, again, it's letting in that same sunlight, but beyond where the frame is, where the window sill should be, you don't see the rest of Castletown. You see an endless white fog. At the ground, an extremely deep blue sea.
Amazing. Porthos did not disintegrate.
Same. Demise, like with the actual like surprise in his voice.
Yeah, one would expect, right? So this is what it's like.
You see in front of you, there's a faint ringing as if from a bell. As this faint ringing echoes throughout this place, words come to your mind. As this ringing bell asks for the one who placed the treasures to step forward. King Magnus would do so. As he would step forward, you find note that once he centers himself in this place and begins to walk, he disappears.
What does that mean? Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? What's going on?
My king!
Slowly
You guys hear
just-
another ringing in your ears.
Yep.
You guys hear the one who has brought gifts step forward.
Gifts.
I guess that's me. Gallon looks to you, Polo, and then sort of like brings his hand over towards yours and gives it a little squeeze.
She gives it a reassuring squeeze back.
I'll be right back.
Good luck.
Excuse me, Gorthos.
Gifts. What gift? Were we supposed to bring gifts?
As Gallon steps into the center, he steps forward and disappears. You guys hear another ding-a-ling-a-ling. For those here with divine contract, please step forward.
Divine.
Would that?
Bloop.
Yeah. Clearly, it
Bloop.
means you, buddy.
Bloop.
Well,
You guys see
divine
Magic
contract.
Frog step forward.
Divine.
Marco wipes a tear from his eye. See,
Don't even-
like, go.
Don't even know why I had to ask. So obvious.
Porthos
We're just
feels
not
like
gonna question it.
Also, wouldn't Polo
What?
technically count for this? Because you have.
I think
Yeah.
so. That would also technically mean that Ronan counts.
You do
Those
see
with a
Magic
god in them,
Frog.
please stand up.
You see Magic Frog step their way forward. It is up to Ronan and Polo if this is something you feel is calling out to you as well. You can step forward.
I mean, Ronan will try it.
She is in contract with a god. It's just he was one that left, so
Go
she'll
right
step
ahead.
forward.
As the three of you make your way toward the center.
I mean, Z wouldn't. I
Yeah,
don't think.
Z, stay back. You're a tree.
or something.
Kind of fairy.
You know what? You don't have to make any assumptions. Does it work or does it not? God, does he go disappear with us or not?
As the three of you step there, you all disappear. Z remains.
I figured. I wanted to fucking see. I wanted my boy to have one.
Z, get out of here.
And there they go.
Aster also remains if Aster's around. I don't know if they are.
I think Aster's back at the house or
Okay,
something.
Aster's
probably.
asleep at the
Fine.
house.
No,
probably.
Aster I think was with Polo, but
Yeah.
Aster also remains.
Aster's in the yeah.
Yeah. At least there's not divinely contracted.
As the ding-a-ling-a-lings happen, both Aster and Z will fly back. Another ding-a-ling-a-ling happens. For the one who wishes to ascend, step forward. Well, all right.
fucking grabs.
I was kidding.
Thank you for that. Thank you. If you didn't, I was going to.
He appreciates the jest, but not here, not now.
If not now, then when? Who else could have possibly made this? I have no idea where Aster is. I've looked around. I cannot find him. Oh, there they are. I found him.
They should be else. They should be.
Yeah,
I found him.
Porthos just looks over towards Dompe.
Dompe nods and goes forward. As he does, he stops, looks back towards you, Gorthos. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Dompe.
Gorthos. As you both say your new names to each other, you will step forward and disappear.
Oh, he really hopes it doesn't end up bad.
There's another ding-a-ling-a-ling. Those with no purpose. Those who have stepped here for support, or those who have stepped here out of fear. Ask your questions.
It seems like we can ask something. Do we just get the one, or... I said questions, so... I doubt we can ask them everything.
I'm stumped.
I don't see any reason to ask anything either.
Same. I basically know everything I want to know. I mean, there's questions, obviously, about the world, but nothing close to my heart.
The only thing I could think to ask is something that I don't think this divine realm could answer, because it has to do with something that was just made.
I have a question.
Faraday steps forward. As they do, they will make their way toward the center of this place. They step where everybody would disappear from. However, nothing happens as they step forward. They get to the end of the hall here. They call something out, but as they do, you guys can only hear ringing, as if from a bell in your ears.
Ah, private question, I see.
There is a almost immediate response to them. At which Faraday disappears.
Well,
It's like, when are they coming back? Like, I get that Downs thing might take a bit, and we're not supposed
I
to
guess
see
whenever they're
Dante
done,
again.
from what I can tell.
Most of us will never come back.
I mean, I
We don't
guess.
have-
I mean, we still need Polo and Ronan in order to recharge the Triforce, right? I don't think it's recharged yet.
No.
With us just being here, I'm pretty sure we got to do something about that, right?
When you say that, Marco, you feel the back of your hand give off a bit of a chime. You feel, as you do so, that if you want to do that, you need to get up there.
I need to get up there. I need to go in there. I need to go. Get in there.
You are the only one remaining that can go over there and try to recharge the Triforce.
Marco will go for it and go to recharge the Triforce on his own, wielding 2 Master Swords.
One of them disappears. I'm playing.
Better not.
As you step your way forward, Marco, you find yourself go all the way to the end. The area that you are stepping in completely bathed in light. As you look forward, what is the question you want to ask?
Shit.
That isn't a question.
I know. Let me think of the question, you fuck. Let me word this correctly, you fuckhead.
You piece of shit.
You poopy
Smelly
eater.
Stinkerton.
You pee-pee poo-poo head. I ask of you to recharge the Triforce of power that resides within me and my friends.
You hear back a chiming sound. However, for you, the chime returns instead as a voice. So that is why you came.
Yes.
And why do you need me to do that?
Because without it, we'd have very little chance of defeating the great evil that remains in our world. With a blade that can kill immortals, we need all the strength we can get.
I see. There is truly a great evil that plagues your world. With my fellows going in their own directions, perhaps this is what I am needed to do. Sad.
Sad?
I do not have many who follow me. I do not have many who ask and wish things of me. So to reject the one request I get would be sad. So perhaps I shouldn't. I will give this to you, though you will have to do one thing for me.
Of course.
When you are done, when your journey is at its end, you will bring that to me. You feel a powerful vibration coming from the Master Sword that you pulled from the forest.
I understand. Should I reclaim? Should I do it at the correct point? Or should I bring it back in here through the Temple of Time?
Return it to the sacred realm in any way you see fit.
Mm.
It will in turn restore me.
May I have your name then?
I am the god of the very lands, the ones whose pilgrimage the people of Hyrule make their way through. You can call me... What did she call me before? I guess... Bandit.
Just a wide smile on his face as he's making an assumption here on him calling himself Bandit. You mean the Bandit Queen?
Well, there was one that I know of who goes by that now. I had met them early on their journey. They were rather interesting. When they had saw me, they thought that I was going to take from them, as which they called out to me Bandit. They were an interesting sort. I now know that with my blessing, they are surrounded by as much love as they deserve.
Incredible. Though at some point, maybe you should try and contact her yourself. She dearly misses you. Because she can't even find you. To think you were a god the whole time.
Perhaps I'll find a way then, at the end of your journey. For now, all my power must go to you. Use it well, champion of Hyrule.
I will. Thank you, Bandit.
A golden energy sweeps across you. As it does, you find an amount of golden godly power radiating from your hand. We'll get to that in a second. You disappear. Gorthos.
Yep. Yep.
All you heard was chiming back and forth.
Yeah.
I'd like to believe he heard at least the scream as he leaves.
Yeah, that part's not.
Yeah, you can't really translate screaming through chimes, unfortunately.
He's sure he's fine. Gorthos thinks he has a question. He most certainly will vanish. Hopefully, we'll all reappear at the same time.
They look to
Yes.
each other as they do.
We'll see if we have any questions, but I doubt that anything will happen if we just wake our way away if we don't. I will hope then that Ronan will find themselves on the other side of this light here.
Motions back toward the wall.
I'll just make my way back.
They stop just before the door.
Or maybe I should give it just a bit more thought before I go. You first, Gorthos.
Who knows if time stops here, so take all of it you need.
You find yourself in the center. What is your question, Gorthos?
Gorthos has...
I hope you know, you have given me a lot more work today. By allowing for two of the greater goddesses to leave this place, as well as bringing forth a god that I will have to now teach the ropes to, while also asking me to recharge a godly artifact. You mortals are greedy.
You're in a time of crisis. You are...
Sorry, continue.
No, hear your voice. It is unknown to Gorthos.
I am known as the god of the lands.
God of
I am the one
lands.
who protects those who make their way across vast distances. I will do my best, usually, in lands protected by myself, to give safe travel, as well as give boons to those who find my passageways.
You see,
I am the one who has region over most of the dungeons in your world as well now.
You can thank the new god for that.
Most of my power is one that gives boon to those who go through trial. You've actually been a great help before all of this, creating and crafting your various items that I've been able to store among them.
Not exactly their intent, but he's always happy to help.
An item idle is an item that may as well be lost.
True. Very true.
Then tell me, Gorthos, what question do you have?
He is uncertain if you'll have the answers, but...
I am not omnipotent. None of us are. When the golden goddesses were in this world, perhaps if we had all formed in a different way, perhaps if we were all brought together instead, we would be omnipotent, but that is not how this world deigned to work.
Right. Well, humor him, he supposes. He shakes his head. I have spent 99 lifetimes, 1,000 years fighting this endless, seemingly endless war. Do you know? It's always cyclical. It feels infinite, endless. Is there a way to stop it? To save and protect this world forever?
No. And there shouldn't be. It is our understanding that in order for anyone to be free, there must always be good and evil. For you to make your own decisions, whether they be good or evil, are yours to make. What we dislike is control. When these decisions are taken out of people's hands, when someone is forced to make one decision or another by malicious intent or even by the goodest of intentions. If a person truly wishes to have their own freedom, then there will always be evil. You speak of your reincarnation, your lifetimes, your many lives that you make yourself. You, the hero, and the great evil that plagues your land are very important, but you are not
the most important. Currently, there is a great evil that is befalling all of you. That evil will pass, as long as you do your best to make sure it does. If the world ends, then the world ends. But there will always be an evil that comes after, and a good that will be there as well, with or without your reincarnation. You've done well protecting this world these last thousands of years, these many lifetimes you've had. But without you, without Ganon, without Link, the world will go on.
It's nice to have a concrete answer.
It is only my opinion. I am only one of the many gods around here. But if it were up to me, there would always be good and there would always be evil. It's good to pick your mind. You've been one that has always been a great interest to us.
Can't imagine why. We all make choices.
I hope you do not regret. When you came here, I had assumed you were going to ask how to return to you, your life of reincarnation.
Would there even be a way? He's never thought about it. Besides, why would he want that? He's already transcended beyond that. He finally gets to be mortal. How exhilarating this life's been.
You are one of a kind.
His eyes was merely opened 1,000-odd years ago. Eventually, others might have their eyes open too.
I think that your eyes were truly opened the day those people found you in that graveyard of bones. For the first time, you got to play out a mortal life. Make the most of it. And just know, there is always something or other in the world. Nothing is truly impossible.
Of course, nothing's impossible. You should know that. You should all know that. It's our world after all. They say grass is green and water's wet. A silly statement.
Yes, and then you ask them to actually go and do it, and we'll see what happens. I'm glad that the river god has returned. Either way, until you next find a way to speak, if you find any shrines to me out there, that'd be surprising. I think there are maybe 2. Till then.
Send him a vision of what you look like. He'll start making some statues.
Of course. Allow me to show you.
Yeah. I'm expecting something completely...
I can't wait.
Of course.
It's not gonna be worth it.
No, it's exactly what you think it is.
Yep.
I just want to say, Cody, this would have been the absolute perfect moment to do the Sephiroth joke we talked about,
no!
and now you've ruined it.
You're right. Hold on, wait.
It's a moment's passed.
No, it's still
It's
here.
too late.
No,
He pulled
Spoiled
it.
it.
no, he's here. Hold on.
Spoiled it.
Hold on.
You've ruined it. It's
There
done.
he
It's
is.
done.
I forgot again.
He pulls back. It's okay. He pulls back his hood. He's actually white hair. That's why she can't find anyone who looks like him.
Why? What is this?
I don't even honestly remember how that joke started.
me and
No,
Eric were
doesn't-
talking about something, I don't know what, and then it developed into me wanting to spook you guys really hard with like a boss, and then like just have the
Like a
Sephiroth
secret
show
boss.
up. Yeah,
Just have Sephiroth show up.
and I forgot to do it like the past 2 weeks in a row.
Nope.
Right.
How could
Well,
you do that?
Anyway.
So anyway.
You see the visage of a handsome man, a handsome, unique man with jet black hair and a wondrous smile that is so full of love. As you do, you disappear.
Have you ever tried pulling your hair back to vanish?
Ever try to push your head?
Ronan, Polo, Magic Frog.
Anywho.
You guys will hop your little ways forward. You look back, everyone behind you is gone. Magic Frog hops forward. As he does, a divine light follows its way onto Magic Frog. As they look up and give a croak, which reverberates through as a ringing of a bell. Magic Frog completes their journey throughout this land. As they do, the divine light shines upon them and restores to them a bit of their youth.
Oh my god.
No.
As a couple of the wrinkles disappear, and that's it.
Okay.
As nothing actually changes.
I love it. I just like there's like tree rings. It's like you just got back at like 400 years.
Yeah, exactly. Those couple wrinkles were hundreds of years.
Yes, of course. As he has done his purpose which was to guide heroes to the sacred realm.
Oh my god.
I love it.
As Magic Frog looks back to you, opening his eyes, a new youthful smirk coming across him, looks to you, Ronan, croaks and disappears.
What
No
a
one
life.
believed me. No, in the beginning, no one believed me, and I was just right.
Fucking frog. This fucking frog is gone on.
Well, you see, Magic Frog is actually an oracle.
Yeah. We know.
You know, all this happened when it just kind of seemed to. Ronan, so remember that time I took Magic Frog with me to the forest, and then it was that big thing? I simply
Yeah.
took him to the forest because I was scared.
I can understand that. He's a big comfort in times of stress. He'll have your back no matter what.
From humble beginnings to godly ends.
Yep.
Is this what they call the butterfly effect?
To turbulent middle grounds.
I don't know what that means.
The two of you would see that the light has not faded in front of you. If you would like to make your way forward, you can.
Oh. After you.
Thank you.
And we will proceed.
Polo, you step forward. You find that The light, while it is all around, it has not descended upon you quite yet. It seems to be waiting.
Oh.
The light descends upon the two of you.
There we go.
As it does. Welcome. Two that have been thought lost. And the two that house them. You are Ronan and Polo.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi.
And inside of you, there are two beings who are hurt.
Yeah, so I was not doing too great. She took a hit for me, and I haven't been able to talk to her since.
For a god to be injured, or a god to give themselves entirely in your world, is devastating to them. It severs their link to this place, and upon doing so, limits their lives and what they can do. They do it for one reason or another. Some of them do it to be near the people that praise them. Some of them do it for their own personal love or respect for a person. Despite the fact that the two of them have done that for you, or did not do it for you, the two of you opened up yourselves to hold on to them. If you would like, I could restore the path from the sacred realm to the two of them.
I wouldn't want to do that without getting her opinion first. If you could just maybe give her some energy or something, that'd be somewhere to start.
They will not disappear from you. They will still need quite a long time, the both of them, to stay with you, in order to recoup the energy that they had lost. But with their connections restored, they will be able to gain more of their power back at a far more rapid pace. It is still up to them whether they wish to transcend back into the realm of gods. But it would allow for them to receive the praises of those who give themselves to them. Those who praise the river goddess and those who praise the sun god will be able to finally get their words through. And those gods and goddesses will be able to regain more of their power.
That sounds good to me.
It unfortunately is not in me to give them back the power that they are missing. Your friend has already asked a great deal of me. As you both feel a bit of a ding from like the end of the other side of your guys' hands. And as you look, there is a golden triangle showing itself very vibrant in your hands. As such, I cannot give more, but I can give back. Is that for you?
Okay.
I have conversed with Master Solar, and I think it would be good for him to have some of his power restored.
Master Solar, you call him? Solar is a god that is interesting. They are given praise not only by mortals, but by monsters as well. Any around who look to the sun for any kind of guidance or any kind of admiring, come to them. It is similar for the river god, though in her case, she was a lot more known before. She was a god of many different waters, different seas even. But unfortunately, she was lost into the deserts whenever a great catastrophe had been held. You brought them through time, did you not?
Yeah, I brought him through a hole in time.
I thank you. If you would have allowed what was normally to happen to them to happen, they would be gone. And their domain would have to be spread to those of us who remained until a new one approached. By connecting them back, it would take a load off of my shoulders, that's for sure. I am the god of the lands. I am one who takes up a lot of different responsibility from those around me, especially those divine goddesses who decide to shirk their work because they enjoy each other's company as much as they do.
I wonder who he's talking about.
That being said, when the mortal goddess left, it was to me to step up. How is she doing?
Well,
That good. Understood. If only I could even watch in on them.
We're gonna go find her. She'll be fine.
I trust you, champions of Hyrule. That being said, I restore the broken bond of your spiritual gods to this place. You guys feel a bit of the light seemingly surround and sort of, again, that same ringing as if a bell happens throughout the air. As it does, the two of you feel fuller. Something about you feels like it pushes out discomfort and fills it with comfort instead. And it's almost as if you had a nice meal as you stand there in front of them.
Yeah.
They will most likely have questions for you when they awake. Talk to them as soon as you can.
Will do. Thank you.
With that, is there anything else I can do for the two of you? Any questions you may have?
Oh man.
We are bringing someone to you who is going to ascend. What
Yes.
will their ascension entail?
They will be given a divine realm, one that is wholly their own. They will be given duties that they will have to complete and understanding for how they go about. They will also mature quickly, as we all did when we ascended. They will have 1,000 years pass in a blink of an eye, but they will be aware of it, and from what I can feel, they will be happy.
That is good.
I think that if they would have ascended back when they did, a terrible calamity may have occurred. But now, they respect it, what's around them and what they will do. I have high hopes for them and for their people.
Thank you. That is a very comforting sentiment.
You will always have our respect. And if you ever find any of us out in the wild, I'm not expecting you to be able to find me. I have like 2 things. But if you ever do, we will have our ears open to you. And you, Ronan?
Oh man. When you're asked what questions do you have by a god, all the questions you've ever had in your life kind of just start flowing through your brain.
If it makes you feel any better, I am not omnipotent. I can only answer what I know.
Okay.
No pressure.
Well, I guess a more immediate issue I was looking to maybe get some advice on is our friend Marco has some bad stuff in him. You can probably tell. How can we get that out of him with, like, for good without, him stabbing himself with the Master Sword?
Ah,
I actually did not notice he had anything strange about him.
Yeah. Ganon shot like a big old blast of nasty stuff at him and he absorbed it.
Ah, I see. I believe that if the river or the sun goddess would be fully realized, they could do something about that. I myself do not have dominion over the health of those around me, but perhaps the mortal goddess could aid you?
Okay.
I do not know entirely, but one of those three could potentially give aid. The goddess of time could as well, but she is busy gallivanting around with her girlfriend, leaving me to do all of the work.
I'm not sensing any hostility here at all.
Oh no, I would never. Gods aren't hostile.
That just means the new guy's gonna have to put in double the effort.
Oh, I would love for him to Marco inside my head, but I have to train him.
Fucking bullshit.
So you have to now train a new god and while also picking up slack for two others.
He has to train the intern.
Things are going to be hectic to me for a while.
Why are you
Life's
the only
not
one
fair.
doing this? Shouldn't there be more?
Everyone else is gone. I could maybe get the Sky God to help me, but he has given himself mortal form long ago. The mortal
Sky
goddess
God?
had... Yes, their name is Valu.
oh.
The mortal goddess left this realm months ago from your perspective, seconds ago for me. The goddess of time and the goddess of the sands have just now vacated their place to gods nowhere. At this point, the river and sun are out of commission, and the new god of dark magics seems to be still under the assumption he has to keep his mortal names. So it's me. I'm here.
I'm sorry, your job sounds awful.
Oh
It's very
dear.
fulfilling. Nobody likes me and nobody knows I exist. It's fulfilling as anything.
I mean, if you want, like...
You're telling the truth, good sir.
Oh, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I am mostly speaking humorously. Do not take anything I say to truly mean that I really feel. It's fun to get to complain to those who have had such intimate relations with gods. I don't have to put on airs.
Well, I'm glad you're getting some relief.
They say
If you
that,
if you want, and we can, I don't know, like, I don't know about you, Polo, but I mean, I wouldn't be against, like getting a name out there if you wanted to drop it.
you would have to most likely come up with a better name for me than the one I was last given.
The name that you were given?
The name I was last given was one that may have those around me or those in your world to think better than to praise me.
What did you say you were the god of again?
The god of
God
the
of
lands.
the land.
Right. Okay.
I am one who guides those who go on their pilgrimages, those who go into their depths, and those who cry for adventure.
I can try to like make a song or something about you and then see where that gets us.
But if we are to spread a name, what name are we supposed to spread?
The last
What you
name I
want,
was given was Bandit.
Bandit.
I doubt that would be one that would catch on very well.
They also said ruffian and ne'er-do-well.
Do you have any better ones?
Those are the only 3 things I have been called in written history. I do not have a name other than that.
Polo, you're good at names.
What would be a good name for a deity of the earth that is not something too easy like Terra or Hummus or...
I'm sure that whatever name you come up with for me will be one that I would like.
Was there something that you enjoyed in your time in the mortal realm?
It was so long ago.
There must be something that stuck out to you and that brings about a good memory.
Wait a minute.
I was one of the first that came after the 3 goddesses left our lands. So it is very long, even to me, ago. I remember that I did enjoy fruit.
Fruit. And if you are a god of the land, then you are also a god of bounty and what grows from it?
I would say so.
Then I think I have already come up with a name.
Let me hear it.
Bob.
I'm playing.
Fabio.
Malam.
Malam.
It means apple.
I like it.
Oh, the Sheikah would love you.
I believe that is a perfect name. Thank you, Polo.
Definitely is one better than Bandit.
They were rather eccentric when they gave me that name. I believe I surprised them. But yes, thank you very much. It seems that most of my other business is concluded.
The demon language is now Latin. You're welcome.
It's pig Latin.
Apple.
Man, I was gonna say, Zelda Campaign 2 is gonna have so much fucking god lore in it.
Demon language being Latin makes so much fucking sense.
The landscape of this entire world has completely changed from when it started.
This is what happens when you let people have free will inside of an established setting. It's fine.
Considering that Polo's family is named after stars and constellations that are probably rooted in Latin, it's just yeah, it just works.
Yeah. As you give name to the god of the lands, the god that is basically, until Demise gets off his feet and both of your gods come back to the sacred realm, the one in charge of everything now. As you give them their name, you guys feel the light around you pull together as all of you would all find yourselves standing in the center of this place. Each of you having done what you plan to do.
Where's my boy? Yeah, goddamn right.
As all of you would find yourselves into this place. Get out of here, Demise. Get out of here. You're gone.
You're busy. Go away.
Not even gonna see us off. How dare he?
Don't worry. There's a reason you're all still here. As each of you would get done having asked your questions, if you ask questions and different things, you note that Hosier seems to have a contemplative look across their face. Obra seems to have a smirk across hers. And from what you can tell, most of the others here are sort of just contemplative at the information they had gotten. You do find that the newly reforged magic frog is looking about 400 years younger than he was.
Look,
Oh, you
magic
look
frog
good.
looks different.
He achieved his divine mission, I guess.
Fantastic.
There is a ringing that goes through, as it does. I suppose this is where you believe you'll leave me.
Oh, good. You figured out how to do that.
As much as I would like to say, it has been far longer for me than it has for you at this point, for me having gone.
Oh, interesting.
You stand before now, given my divine realm, the god of night.
Ooh,
Nice.
Nice.
congratulations.
I thought that it would be only wise to take on a position that I could aid my compatriots in how we are to split apart our duties, while the others have yet to return. So, Polo, would you like for me to give you your boon now? Or do you wish to hold your favor for another time? As I mentioned, anything within my power I will give you.
At the moment, I can't think of what I could possibly ask for.
Then I would bring myself to tell you one thing. This is something that will be true for any of my people out there. When seeking my power, when understanding if I'm watching or not, one must only look to the sky. During the night, I see each and every one of you. I am closer to you now than I've ever been in these thousands of years that I have been walking the world. If you, any demons, anyone present, or any other believers were to ask something of me, that is the time that you will be able to get my ear the most. Or if any of you want to build any statues, maybe a couple of shrines, a temple, even.
He knows you're looking at him.
Get my good side.
But he didn't know you had one.
You can leave behind the bone hair if you don't wish to.
Sure. Would you prefer the fire one instead?
I don't even care if you make me bald. I'd like anything that you make for me, my son. I'll put it up here on the cosmic fridge.
There is no such object.
Oh no.
You wouldn't know.
Cosmic icebox.
Unlocked my need to joke. He can see what we do in the dark now.
Only when we're outside.
Oh, yes.
Technically, no. It could be any time during the night, and even
Only
during
when
the
we're
day.
outside.
If I were to find an interest in you, I could do anything I wish. I'm a god at this point.
This wasn't a bad idea.
God of perverts.
I mean, look what they did to Aga and Pika.
You'd actually be surprised how conservative he is.
Yeah, we haven't seen any sign of them while we've been here.
Aga and Pika?
Now they've been
No,
off doing stuff with
the big,
Batman.
the big three.
They went off over toward the big dungeon.
That's not who I'm talking
The
about.
golden goddesses.
Oh, the golden goddesses.
Yeah, the big three.
You're asking
Yeah, they
about
fucked off.
them. They left this world long ago. If you wish to try to commune with them, this is the place to do so.
What?
Your king has already tried to do as much as he could.
How did that work out? Looks to the king.
I had attempted to speak with as many as I could. Unfortunately, I was only able to briefly speak with the goddess of time and the goddess of the sands. I had mostly spoke with the god of the lands, who I had only ever heard brief mention of in my scriptures. Not to mention, when I asked about the golden goddesses, I asked the question that was on all of our minds, if they truly did abandon us and leave. The answer was mixed. They have their own will and their own hope for this land, and that somewhat influences us on the daily, including what happened with all of you. Motions toward Gallon and then motions toward Ronan. What happened to you was merely a vestige of a will of that god. It wasn't even their true want. It was just what those left behind would understand of them. There apparently are oracles for them out there, but they choose to keep themselves quiet, speak on their will as much as they can, but I have yet to see any here. Whenever I asked if any were among my court, I got no answer.
Wait, so they're just people in the world that make those decisions for through the golden goddesses?
There's apparently a small sect, yes. A small sect that call themselves the Hidden Gold.
The Hidden Gold.
Well, I'm gonna have to have a talk with them at some point.
It doesn't sound familiar.
It is something that I don't believe I've ever heard, and I have pride in myself on knowing a lot of secrets of my land. The Sheikah even were people that I believe would have told me if I had ever asked. I will ask them when I return if they have any information. These Hidden Gold, whatever it is they are or whatever they do, I can only hope that it is for the best of the people of Hyrule and the people outside of it. But given what they did to the two of you, I don't know.
Yeah, I have my doubts.
Like all mortal kind, they've made choices, clearly.
Aga would have fallen for me eventually, no matter what. They didn't have to help.
I don't think she would have.
Yeah, I think definitely they wouldn't have.
I think expressly she would have been incapable of doing so.
Maybe that's why they felt they had to intervene.
That's Gallon. You're not.
No, that's
bad, Gallon.
I'm joking. I'm just playing.
We all know
being silly.
There's that little like twitch and polo where she's like,
It is odd. As I recall, I discussed with Miss Olga, and she said that she preferred the fairer sex.
What is fairer than me?
Why, a future queen, of course.
In any case.
Oh, she liked you. That makes sense. You're very likable.
Oh, it's lesbian.
Who could be a better lesbian than I?
Gallon, that's not how that works. Not unless you somehow turn yourself into a woman, which I don't know if you can.
Anyway.
Yes, anyway. Yes. We accomplished much, somehow.
I would like for you to return home whenever you can and finish scrubbing the tombstones. Make sure all the lights are out and no parties.
You...
And of course, if you ever wish to spread my divine blood, go ahead and do so.
That's not... Okay.
Oh.
You're taking this way too far now.
Am I?
You don't get to just act like a father now.
You're right. I'll stop playing around with you. I just thought this might be the last time.
Oh, please. He's ageless, but there's always next time. You decrepit old fossil.
If there's nothing else, thank you all for your hopes, your courage, and your faith.
Don't forget why you became a god.
At the very least, you can all take solace. As far as I or anyone else is concerned, you have truly stopped the rise of Ganon.
Our work is halfway done.
Yeah, let's not get too ahead of ourselves.
Oh, that's
Can
not
get a little
monster, your tantrum, and destroy its blade.
Save the world, stop the evil. Celebration, everyone goes home happy and full of both spirits, wines, and perhaps on cake again if we want to torture ourselves.
And knocking sense into the queen of the Gerudo.
Oh yes, we gotta take that care of. So it's part of the whole plan.
Then be on your
This
way.
is done here.
I will say one final word to those among you who it concerns. Your words have weight. I don't know if you noticed, but you've gotten yourself cornered fairly easily. Try asserting yourselves better in the future and live with your consequences. Kings of Hyrule. What's that supposed to mean?
He means what he says. Nothing deeper than that.
I like how you started that by saying to whom it concerns and then just said who it concerns right at the end.
He's very direct like that.
I didn't think they got it, so I had to make sure that I
Gotcha.
dug deep into it.
Ah, gotcha.
We can ponder it once we're safely stealing this place away.
Wow, I can't believe you guys messed up already.
Par for the course, really.
and to think that Demise will be the one to have destroyed this fairy. It's been nothing but a treat.
Do not remind me of my past. Believe me, the God of the Lands has had me think on it quite a lot.
I mean, he will build a statue for
Why
that
couldn't
one.
I be the God of Magic? I could have totally been the ringing ends.
He got hung up.
The god of the land stepped in, hung up the phone.
I could have been the God of the Lands. I could have been the God of Magic. Come on, why don't you trust me to have domain over all magic? This sucks.
You just feel like Gortho. You just feel the fleeting joy of that radiating off. I'm like, that's so nice. All right, let's go.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
It seemed at least ascending to Godhead was pretty easy. It's just the work you gotta put in, from what I'm hearing.
According to him, he spent a lot longer there than we spent in here.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps. Well,
let's see what kind of calamity is waiting for us outside the divine realm.
he didn't want to say it, but I guess someone had to do it.
You go back, Hyrule's in
Someone had to say
flames. Castletown is in flames. Everyone's
What do you
dead.
mean it's been 7 years?
It's only been
What do you mean we only
it's
have
only been
one
2
day?
minutes?
We've been here for 5 days.
You guys step out from the sacred realm. In doing so, the king would step out, retrieve the 3 treasures, and as he does, the door behind all of you would close.
Oh.
As it does. The king looks around everyone. I will keep hold of these until I figure out exactly what's happening with the Gerudo people.
How long were we gone?
You look in front of you, everybody still seems to be here.
About 12 minutes.
Thank you.
She's really good at telling time.
She's really not. You've been in there for an hour.
Oh. Okay.
That makes sense.
Nuh-uh.
12 minutes. Just gives like a little thumbs up and just nods at Gidon. Just. All right. Fantastic.
The little hand went all the way around 12 times. 12 number. Did it. 12.
Congratulations.
So there is so much work ahead. Okay. Well, I'll come in time.
To be honest with you, I don't see how anybody can tell time anymore. She doesn't exist.
She says. Wait, just looks around.
Yeah, where is she?
Where?
Shouldn't there be 2 more people with us?
Oh, them?
Yeah.
Yeah, they said they didn't want to have anything to do with what's going on here.
What does that mean?
So they went to another place in the world, I guess.
Yeah, they're in the beaches down south beyond the forest. Took me forever to even get that out of them.
Lucky, I've always wanted to go that way.
I told them that it'd be nice if they were a little bit close, and then they're like, oh, well, there's nothing nice close. And I said, you could go to the beach. And then they were talking about going to the beach, and then we had a big old girl talk. It was wonderful.
I hope they're having a lovely
just-
time.
We'll just
Figuring out how
nods.
to be mortals again.
He's just like nodding, like, oh, okay.
I mean, the best part about it is when we...
you finish those bodies without Garthos.
Hmm?
He wanted to hell.
Too bad that they're all gone. Polo, you know one still exists. Too
There was that thing of she was gonna open her mouth, and then she catches herself, and then she instead puts her fingers on her cheeks like, smile.
Suppose it's always next time.
All right, then. Then shall we go? We have still plenty to talk about, including a trial to get through.
Hmm?
Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
Yes.
Nuh-uh.
Okay, so this is already going into place. So,
Well, I decide what happens to him.
well, you're
That's what the
his-
king said.
Points to Faraday.
He's my
That's-
responsibility.
My God, the little king's right. By order of the current Zora king, and she did put you in charge of him.
Marco, do you know what not helping is?
Oh, so this is the thing that the god was telling us about watching our words. Looks over toward Faraday. Well, we all heard the god. Mark, you just see Magnus just start walking forward. It's like, the god said it so, then we have to live up to our words.
Yep.
You are with it. You are, according to now, completely in charge of his whereabouts and what he does.
Perhaps this is something we should discuss more.
As you just see Magnus just walking out. He's just leaving.
Hold on, King Magnus.
Gordon's always enjoyed Magnus's devil may care attitude.
He's like, hey, the god told me something.
I see. He meant Faraday, not King Magnus when he said that. He was.
I guess he didn't want to
funny.
single her out.
Well,
Like, so he said kings.
At this point, Magnus is just happy it wasn't him that messed up.
Yeah, God didn't tell me I fucked it up.
He's like, I messed up. I mess up so often. It's so good to have it be someone else.
Yeah, he takes that.
I think that with that being the case, with Gidon looking surprised, but then looking down toward the little king and giving a smile, knowing that he now, his whatever happens to him is in the hands of his daughter. I think
Fantastic.
we're gonna end things there for the night.
Yeah.
as all of you have now left the divine realm, have learned the identities of basically the only gods that still remain in the sacred realm.
That's
There is not a lot left.
We
Man,
really need to put them back where they belong.
man, I wonder why the two gods were like, well, let's be mortal now so we can avoid getting attacked by the god-killing weapon for at least a little bit.
I mean, they're more vulnerable to it now than they were up there.
Oh,
Yeah,
they're
they
at the
are.
beach.
They're at the beach.
I mean, they're in the mortal world, whereas before they were not.
Listen, I swear to fucking God, if that's our beach episode, I'm gonna find you.
You think you're getting a beach episode?
We're going to a desert. It's like a very long beach.
It's like a big beach with no water.
Of course, we're not getting a beach episode unless.
Maybe that's the next. Maybe that's the next Zelda fund. The next Zelda fund
The
that
beach
gets going
episode.
is getting
Just the
money,
non-canon OVA beach episode.
getting money together to
Non-canon.
get beach art for everybody.
Because
Because I'll need money for that. Anyway,
He's
Ronan's
always
art remains unchanged.
no, we have to get you beach shorts.
No.
Just like swim trunks.
Yeah,
No,
Fuck yeah.
you get,
And like
you
a little
get
innie tube.
Hawaiian shirt. Just a Hawaiian shirt.
no
nothing
pants,
else.
just a Hawaiian shirt.
That's his beach outfit.
And a snorkel.
You just hear from Gorthos, oh, that's a Terminus shirt, and then you just hear, no, it wasn't. It was a dream.
It was not a dream.
It was real.
He has scars.
I love. In what body? Scars on what body, Gorthos?
It disintegrated. That was the
one that got blown up by lightning.
It was the lightning one. You know, the big one with the gray robes.
As you guys will be making your way out from here, going amongst the rest of your day, waiting for Koro to appear, I think that until next time, like always, better days.
Bye-bye.